people. Hi. I just woke up. I will click on my coffee real quick. It's fine. I'll be right back. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, hi everyone. Welcome. Hello. God, sorry. I literally woke up, saw the time, and was like, oh crap. I stream in a minute. Oh. Anyways, hold on. Let me make sure this is muted. It's not muted. There we go. Alright, anyways. Hi, everybody. Welcome to a stream that was supposed to happen Friday, but unfortunately didn't for a couple of reasons. So, we're doing it now because I liked the thumbnail too much and I needed to do this. I wanted to do this so bad, so it's happening. I apologize if I sound terrible right now. I'm not kidding when I said I just woke up. So, anyways, why am I here in the corner? You know what? Don't worry about it. It's fine. Just gonna put myself over here. You know what? I'm itty bitty today, alright? I'm too lazy to fix that right now. And schedule. I need to update schedule. I didn't do any of that. Anyways, hi everybody. Welcome. Today's stream is Five Nights at Freddy's 2. We're replaying a little bit of it. Honestly, just gonna be talking most of the time. And replaying the tiny bits of it. We played this on stream. I looked it up last time. A couple years ago. We did. But I'm just doing this because of the movie. And this is what I wanted to do Friday. But like I said, things happened and I couldn't do it Friday. So we're doing it now. Let me just update the schedule real quick. Mm-hmm. 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 Hmm. Mm-hmm. Alright, I should be good. There we go. Alright, anyways, hi everybody, welcome. Smoker Fatum. Hey Alan. Thanks, I appreciate that, thank you. Yes, indeed, very much. Very, very much. Okay. Just closing the things that shouldn't be on in the background and turning on the game. Alright. Don't worry about that, that's fine. It's just doing the creepy intro thing. It's not important. I'm just gonna let that be. I'm not turning. It's fine. Anyways, hi everybody. Welcome. Did everyone... how many of you have watched the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 movie? How many of you have watched it when it came out? I watched it and I loved it. I had a good movie theater too. They were pretty fantastic. I did. Did? Huh? Okay, if you watched it, how many of you liked it? And how many of you didn't like it? I honestly liked it a lot more than the first one. And I just liked it a lot, so I was happy with it. As someone who doesn't usually care for movies, I was like, hey, actually, I hate this. Excited I didn't have time. Okay, well, I'll make sure there's no spoilers going on. I mean, I wasn't planning to talk about spoilers in the stream anyways, but... Yeah, far away at my location. Ooh. Ooh. It's good for what it was. I agree. I do agree with that. I did enjoy it a lot though. Sorry, my dogs are barking. I don't know why they're barking. Why are they barking? Oh, because someone's at my door. Hold on. Is that someone at my door I need to answer? No, I don't. Okay, I'll get that later. Alright. Anyways. Hello, welcome. Welcome. I enjoyed the movie. It was great. I liked it better than the first one, which I was honestly kind of shocked about. I was curious how it was gonna go, but hey, it was good. It was fun. It was a fun movie, I have to say. And maybe I'm also biased because my movie theater was just hilarious. It was like a movie party thing, and people got to dress up and everything, and my god, did people go insane with their dress up. Somebody was literally walking around with a spring trap, but fully working, and it looked insane. It actually looked really, really cool. Great job. Voice Toy Bonnie. Doesn't like Matt Pipe voice? Who doesn't like Matt Pipe voice? I didn't recognize Matt Pat's voice at all. But then again, it's been a long time since I heard him, so maybe it's just been a while, but... Oh, I resetted my save for Five Nights at Freddy's 2. I wanted to just beat my head funnily against, like, custom like whatever did it, but oh, I reset my save. That's good to know. But it will reset your everything you've done if you uninstall it. Why did it do that? We did Five Nights at Freddy's 2 on stream, right? Is it a different account? No, it's this account. But yeah, no, I honestly didn't recognize him. I didn't recognize his voice. I knew he was voice acting him, but I did not know that was his voice. When I heard it, I was like, oh my god, I don't recognize you. Let me switch the screen real quick. Where is the game? Here. There we go. Of course they went there. Too much stream. I know he did because I checked it. I did, so. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still trying to wake up. Maybe if I get jump scared, I'll wake up. I don't quite remember fully how to play this game. So why did he do that to Balloon Boy? Look, alright? Because Balloon Boy's a bastard, okay? Balloon Boy is a big time bastard, alright? I'm just gonna click this. We'll have fun. I'm not gonna pay attention, really. Like I said, I didn't actually have any full desire to beat this. We already done it. So we're just gonna mess around and have fun. Is it just mouse controls? Oh, okay. Whoa. For a split second, I thought we were in, oh hey, the Wizards. Who is everybody's favorite Wizard? I'm curious.
Some of the things you can expect to see during your first week here and to help you get started down this new and exciting career path. Now, I want you to forget anything you may have heard about the old location. You know, some people still have a somewhat negative impression of the company. That old restaurant was kind of left to rot for quite a while, but I want to reassure you, Fazbear Entertainment is committed.
Where is wait, where was?
They've spent a small fortune on these new animatronics. Facial recognition, advanced mobility. They even let them walk around during the day. Isn't that neat? But most importantly, they're all tied into some kind of criminal database so they can detect a predator a mile away. Heck, we should be paying them to guard you. Now that being
Toilet
said,
Bonnie?
no new system
Is that what you're calling Wither Bonnie? Oh god, I forgot in this game my mouse goes out of no. Yeah, it's just the fear that I'm gonna accidentally ban somebody. God. Oh wait, music box.
We switched him over to the day shift. So, hey, lucky you, right? Mainly he expressed concern that certain characters
Look around with these the next day. My day at the new Freddy's Pizza Bear Pizza.
So while our engineers don't really have an explanation for this, the working theory is
what is
that
this one?
the robots were never given a proper night
You can't see my mouse on screen? Yeah, you can.
Quiet,
What is this one? Is this Balloon Boy?
so then they go try to find where the people are, and in this case,
Interesting.
that's your office. So our temporary solution is this. There's a music box over by the prize counter.
Nope, hey, perfect timing.
To be wound up remotely. So just
This
every
nightmare
once in a
sequence
while,
was really good.
switch over to the prize counter,
I
wind it up for a few
I did
seconds.
very much enjoy that
It
too.
doesn't seem to affect all of the
It was great.
animatronics, but it does
You know
affect
what? Hey, heads up. Spoilers for Five Nights at Freddy's 2. If you don't want to, then
And as for the rest of them, we
don't
have
watch
an
the stream.
easier
Go
solution.
watch it after you
See, there
finished
may be a
watching it.
minor
I'm gonna talk
glitch
about
in
spoilers.
something about robots being used as an endoskeleton,
Once again, I'll put it in
and one
here.
stuff you want
Let
to
me.
do. So hey,
Wait, no. If I click out of the game right now, it's gonna do it. I'll make a thingy, but right now, verbally, hey, hey.
we'll wander back out. Something else worth mentioning is kind of the quirky modern design of the building.
Don't make jokes like that for things. A lot of people put work into it, however it turned out anyways, people did put work into things, so don't talk about things like that. Not here.
Well, I think that's it. You should be
You
golden.
can say your opinion on it, but
Throw the Freddy head if you need to.
don't say about that.
Keep the music box wound up. Piece of cake. Have a good night, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Music box. But yeah, anyways, we're talking about spoilers. So hey, heads up again. This is your warning. I will put it on the title once I get free of this, because I forgot I can't click out of this or it's gonna go weird. Also, did I hear Balloon Boy earlier, or was that my imagination? trying to remember how to actually play this. It was like this and then doing that, right? And then something like that. I think so. But you know, I do very much agree that I did like the dream sequence a lot. The whole thing of it was very cool. As somebody who actually, I really am very curious with Vanessa's character in the movie, where that's actually going, I very much enjoyed it. I very much enjoyed what was going on in that sequence. That was very good. It's quiet. It's 4 a.m. and it's quiet. Why? My hand's about to fall off my desk. It's hanging off the edge right now. I did not reposition this well. Wait, I don't remember it being quiet the first night, is it? I remember Bonnie showing up. Bon Bon. Oh, I shouldn't say that. I'm gonna call my dog. I can't get my voice to wake up. Right? Where is... I'm very confused. Hearing move. Hello? 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 Oh! Hi! Hi! I wasn't expecting this. I thought it was gonna be Bonnie, not you. Now hearing you in the movie, oh, okay. Yay, okay. Sorry, I got spooked actually. I was curious what the heck was going on. Okay, I'm not gonna do any movement here. I'm gonna let it die. Kill me. Kill me. What's with the health bar? It's a little fun thing for you guys to interact with. It's through donations, but there's also through us some other ways too that health bar goes down. Hey, I put it up for when we were doing sister location challenge stuff because there's a lot of moments where I just go quiet, focusing. There's just a little thing for you guys to interact with.
So the company decided to just go in a whole new direction and make them super kid friendly.
Face off for leaving the cam.
Shouldn't be able to walk around.
Oh.
But if they do, the whole Freddy head trick should work on them too, so whatever. I love those characters. Did you ever see Foxy the Pirate? Oh wait, Foxy. Oh yeah, Foxy. Hey listen. That one was always a bit twitchy. I'm not sure if the Freddy head trick will work on Foxy. If for some reason he activates during the night,
the puppet's taking its sweet time.
Just flash your light at him from time to time. Those older models would always get disoriented with bright lights. It would cause a system restart or something. Come to think of it, you might want to try that on any room where something.
Come on, puppet.
They might hold him in place for a few seconds.
You made it to 1 a.m., puppet. There you go. It took forever. God. like how it shows Withered Freddy just sitting there and like, Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get out of that real quick and then I'm gonna update the title. We're gonna talk about spoilers. There might be some spoilers, even purposeful or accidental, mentioned in chat. So, or in stream too. So I will put a spoiler alert. Hold on. Okay. So that should be updated there, and that should be updated there. Okay. Alright, you should have your warnings going about and everything. God, my dog scared me. Here's what the movie review video. How they explain the game. Movie review video? I don't think I've seen that. What, is it a YouTube channel that talked about it? That was pretty close. God. So, I was seeing some people already getting up and leaving after the movie. And beforehand, I like to look up before if there's post-credit scenes or not. So, I know whether to stay or check. So, I had. And so, I was like, oh, okay, there's 2 scenes. And to see people getting up and I was like, oh no. Oh no. Wait, no. And I don't know if the staff told them or what happened, but finally, like, somebody, they stopped where they were and were just staring at the screen. But I was just like, oh god, how many times have people walked away? And yeah, both of those post-credits, I loved both of them. They were great. First one, oh my god, fantastic. So excited. Super, super excited. Second one was amazing. I liked the way it was done. It's such a cool callback to things. I thought that was amazing. At first I was kind of like, oh no, I wanted to actually see something, but then I kind of stopped and I was like, wait a second, no, this is reminiscent of something. Or post credits? I don't know. I don't know if people just, because it's either like usually comedic things most of the time at the ends for movies. Like I think at the end, well no, I was about to say for big time spoilers for the first movie. Because at the first movie had 2 of them, right? But I think the last one was just the second. I think, was it the second one or the first one? Because it showed, once again, spoilers, I will keep stressing it, getting into the cab, and I don't know who he is. I apologize if you do know who he is, but the cab driver, the YouTuber guy, he turns and he sees the balloon boy. Was that the first post-credit scene, or was that the second one? Because I know the other one was the important one, showing with William and all that. Stretching out for the kid. I can't remember if it was the first or the second. Corey, okay. My cousin knew all of the YouTubers that were in there, and I'm like, I didn't keep up. I'm sorry. Like, only 2 FNAF YouTubers I knew was, of course, Game Theory, right? And then Markiplier. Those were the only 2 I knew. Like, all these other people, I'm like, I don't know. Not a true FNAF fan, I guess. Isn't the samurai confirmed? I Confused? What do you mean? Is that what he calls his fans? Is that what he calls his fans, the samurais? Damn, that's pretty cool. It's really cool, actually. You guys here just get called roaches. Sorry. How many of you, if you saw the movie, right? Spoilers. The end scene for it, the ending, not the post-credit scenes, but the ending section. How many of you liked it, disliked it? To me, it just felt like typical FNAF kind of writing to me. So I honestly, if it didn't happen like that and it happened with a little bit more closure, I probably would have been like, oh, what? What are we watching? So to me, it just felt like a Five Nights at Freddy's kind of ending. Which, of course, has people theorizing and everything, which I think is the whole thing with Five Nights at Freddy's to begin with, is leaving stuff for people to start instantly just latch on and theorize about endlessly. But how many of you disliked it? Just me for the ending part. Or thought he was actually pretty cool. And also felt like, yeah, that's basically a Five Nights at Freddy's thing. But it feels like a movie. I do agree. It did feel like a stepping stone for the next one. It very much did. Which I kind of wish it was its own thing. I mean, it did give a lot of answers, right? And in a way, this game was kind of also a stepping stone. Was it this one? God, I don't remember the phone calls. Oh, I just remembered. I don't remember the phone calls exactly for this game. Or is it FNAF 3 that he talks about? We found one, a real one? Or something in the back, right? Damn it, now I don't remember. That was this one or the next one? Also, the ending felt abrupt. It did. It did. It was very sudden. It was, my whole theater, the minute the ending happened and then it cut to the credit scenes, my whole theater went, I couldn't stop laughing when I heard it. I was like, oh god. I thought that was funny. Like I said, I had a good theater. They were funny. They were good. They were very, very good. It was like I said, it was like a movie party thing. So it was pretty fun. People were all dressed up and everything. But that was FNAF 3. Okay. I couldn't remember if it was at the ending of this one or which it was exactly. But I thought that was a good, just the gasp, the gasp. Just like, oh my god. There was a lot of things. I do feel like in the movie it felt rushed. It did feel like, well, at first I think the beginning pacing of it felt really nice and clean, and then it just started to get really, really rushed. And I mean, how long is the movie? Is it 2 hours? Is it over 2 hours? Because I swear it did. And a little girl yelling stuff like, don't go there, stupid. I heard a lot of gasps, and then I had like a couple of people like, big spoilers, huge spoilers, alright? Huge spoilers. I will start moving my mouse. Can you see my mouse? Yes, you can. I'll start moving my mouse in insane circles to know it's over, alright? Huge spoilers. I'll say it now. Basically, when the baby scene happened in the closet, which, god, that dream sequence, I love that. But the scene with the baby thing, everybody went insane hearing the gasps, hearing the baby, which I had the reaction to, because for me, I was the thing I was looking forward to seeing in the movies was the sister location animatronics, because to me, I think they're cool in their design in the sense that they're very different, right? And I think that's the whole purpose of them, is very different, but they always looked a little bit more complicated than the others, and it like a futuristic kind of sense. More, not so much like a, because they have a super complex design, but rather they just looked more futuristic. So I was curious at how that was going to be portrayed or shown. I mean, if it was ever going to be shown in the movies, did they make it that far? And so when I saw it, to me, I just had that moment of joy, like, this is what I wanted to see. Like, don't get me wrong, I wanted to see the marionette. I was super excited to see the marionette in the movies, because I thought that was going to be really creepy and cool to see. Same thing with Mangle. I was excited to see Mangle, because I wanted to see how that was going to be done. I just thought those two were cool. Same thing with the Wizards, especially with Bonnie. I was excited to see, but my main, of course, Springtrap too, right? But I think my big main thing was I wanted to see the sister location of animatronics. So when there was that scene of baby, I mean, it was a tiny scene, right? But it was, I just made my little kid heart just so happy. I just, like, everybody just, whoo, it was great. Anyways. Thor's entrance. Infinity War. See, I don't watch superhero movies. I don't really watch superhero movies, so I don't know. Everybody was making the comparisons to like Endgame reactions and gasps and stuff like that. To me, I was like, I don't know. I don't know. I didn't see the movies. But yeah, I will stress again, going over all this, there's gonna be a lot of spoilers for the movies, alright? I can't contain my excitement enough to not talk about it. It was great. I really did enjoy that. When I saw that, I was just so happy. It was fantastic. That's why you don't watch normal stuff. I really don't. I don't really care for it. If it's like something it's not associated with other things that I really, really like, then I'm most likely not gonna see it. Or if it always like has a repeated pattern of something I can very much predict, I don't care for it. My biggest thing is being able to predict something, and I do not like that. Of course, I have exceptions to some things, depending if I already like the franchise or whatever it is, then I like it. Marky, you literally just got in my room. Are you about to ask me to come out again? Yes, he is. Hold on. I'm gonna put my old man outside real quick. There we go. Hello and welcome. Hello and welcome. Hold on. Withered Foxy jump scare was hell. God, there is certain jump scares in some of these Five Nights at Freddy's ones. I think it's the ones that I don't quite expect. That when they happen, it's like, God dang it! So I never gave it a chance. The thing is, though, is I have watched superhero movies. I have a long time, but I grew numb to it. Just grew numb to the idea. It's just like a repeated formula in it so many times. So it's just like, meh. Like, I think the only movie that I actually caught my attention was... It was one of the Spider-Man ones. Spoilers for that. But, the one where she dies at the end. His girlfriend dies. He doesn't save her. I thought that one was like, ooh, that was a cool twist. It was sad. But I actually liked it better than the others because it was different. It had a twist to it. It wasn't the same exact thing over and over and over. So I thought that was pretty cool. I ran to it. I don't quite remember it. Just the one where she dies. Whichever one that one is, that's the one. But yeah, no, so. What was everyone's, have you seen the movie, once again, what was everyone's favorite scene in the movie? What was your favorite section of it? And what was your least favorite section of it? Oh, sorry. I also just have a massive headache right now. I've had one for a couple days now. Just some stuff going on. It hasn't left. I slept so much yesterday. I was kind of thinking about doing a late night stream. That didn't happen. I was probably awake for like 3-4 hours and then I was asleep for the rest of them. Watch our Deadpool and Spider-Man. This feels like a mistake. Deadpool. I love Deadpool. Deadpool's great. I love him. He's great. Always excited to see his movies. Was a Freddy mask actually work? I was actually really happy that because I think that was the thing that I missed from the first movie, was that they didn't have the doors, you know, slamming down, opening, and all of that. I feel like that would have been kind of funny reaction. I mean, they kind of had the door, but not the exact doors from the game, right? And I feel like that would have been a funny reaction from the actors. I mean, of course they're acting, right? But to see like, ah, yes, I can just leave this door down. Why is the power draining? Like, I feel like that kind of would have been a funny thing to have in there. But, so I was really excited when I saw in the Five Nights at Freddy's 2, just the whole set for that area was, I mean, I think it was practically one-to-one. And the whole thing, too, with the Freddy mask, I thought that was funny. I was curious how they were going to explain it and everything, and, well, kind of worked. And also the reaction, where's the doors? What doors? The same reaction, I'm sure everybody played Five Nights at Freddy's 2. It's like, where's the doors? Everything went towards the animatronics. Yeah, definitely. That probably was most likely it. And honestly, I think smart. The people are going there for the animatronics. So, of course, put everything you have into the animatronics. Boy in the head, and it was sad. I saw that scene, I was like, yep. That is to be expected. Yeah, but okay, well, we have our great scenes. What was... what... Is that what we were calling it now? BBB? Oh god, no, wait, don't call it that. BBB. B. But, what was everybody's least favorite scene or section in the movie? I'm curious to that. Why is he yellow over on this side? What was that? Oh, is it when you glitch to your arm stretch out to the side? I think so. More satisfying. Imagine if you beat, oh my god, that would, the reward for beating, what is it, 1020 mode? 1020 mode would be, you get to just pop off the head of Balloon Boy. Honestly, I feel like we see a lot more people beating 1020 mode. trying to remember with Five Nights at Freddy's 2, there's a lot of listening. I mean, of course, you could hear the weird, like, sound, and I think that was a sign that somebody was coming, and then the vent sounds. I was trying to think if there's, like, really much listening in this game. I don't think so. I don't actually quite remember. I'm trying to think what I think for me, my absolute favorite scene I'm trying to think. I had a lot of moments that I did enjoy a lot. I think I really liked the beginning scene with the marionette, the introduction to the marionette, like first time seeing a marionette. I thought that was, the whole sequence was just so well done. I'm torn between that and the baby scene, that dream sequence too. I really like that one too. I would have to agree with that one there, that was great. '80s in the flashback. Is that the movie? Because that's what I couldn't quite remember when the movie took place. If it was in the 90s. Because obviously they had the older technology, right? So I was trying to figure that out. Is the movie set in the 90s? Which, I mean, I guess would make sense because it shows the kids and all that stuff, so. Which, now I'm actually thinking about it, when does Five Nights at Freddy's 3 take place? 90s or early 2000s? Hold on, when is... FNAF 3, FNAF 3 take place. Oh yeah, like in recent times, you're right. Much later. Which I'm curious if they get to make the third movie, how exactly that's gonna work, right? Are they gonna do a time jump like that? I mean, I wouldn't imagine, unless they do something with Abby and all that. That kid! Oh my god! Who else, when they saw Abby, was like, she grew up! She's taller! I was so shocked because I had just watched the first movie again before watching, because I like to do that, is watch the previous movie before watching whatever next movie we're watching. And and I saw her, I was like, she's older! She's tall! Poor guy who plays Mike. I'm gonna play 92. In a second. I've already played this game before. This is just a revisit and everything for the movie and stuff, so I'm not really... I was hoping to... I didn't realize that my save was gonna be all gone when I had uninstalled the game years ago, so I could make space on my computer. If you want to watch the gameplay and everything, and me actually going through the game, then you could look at my past streams for that. I've done all of this. If you want to see me try hard 1020. Did I try hard it? I know I didn't beat it. I can't recall if I try hard it. I think I did. Language of my people. Two Mikes on the wall. Well, Mike. The other guy we're calling Michael, right? Mike. The main guy. Through the spoke language. That was great. It's way later in the timeline. That was funny. That was really good. I remember hearing that the first time when playing Final Fantasy 3, just like, huh? What? What's happening? But you know, when I saw Abby and saw how much taller she was and everything, it's like, oh, she grew up. She's taller. Which, I mean, what, from production to the movie to this is only like 2 years, right? Child went through a growth spurt. Which, I mean, perfect timing, right? To make it all seem a little bit older and stuff. A little bit later. But, you know, what was everybody's least favorite section of Five Nights at Freddy's 2 movie? I'm gonna try doing this without really paying attention. I'm kind of curious. I'm kind of curious if I can do this without truly paying attention. I have headphones on. You know what? I'm gonna do this headphoneless. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I'm not caring. Blah, 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 blah.
Hello? See, I told you your first night wouldn't be a problem. You're a natural. By now I'm sure you've noticed the older
She smells like cigarettes.
Oh,
that was so sad. Oh my god. It was so sad when I heard her say that. She did. God, the kid did really well, I think.
They were just so ugly, you know? And the smell. So the company decided to just go in a whole new direction and make them super kid friendly. Those older ones shouldn't be able to walk around, but if they do, the whole Freddy
scary at all.
work on them too, so whatever.
I would probably have to say the stupid scene where Michael first shows up. That one made me jump. I wasn't expecting it. And the person I was with when we went to see the movie was laughing. That got me. All the other scenes didn't get me that much, but it was that scene that got me. I was like, of course he scares me. Oh shoot. I don't know what to do for him. Hi. I don't actually remember what to do for you, Mangled. It might hold him in place for a few seconds. That glitch might have carried over to the newer models too. I'm trying to think of my least favorite section in the movie. I'll be honest, I never liked that. I don't really remember anything, to be honest. I don't remember what to do for you. Anyway, I'm sure it won't be a problem. Have a good night, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. I know a lot of people had different opinions for the marionette section, but I actually really liked how they did the marionette. I liked that it was different. Oh, someone's down the hall. Who's down the hall? Hi. Are you already gone? Why are you gone? Damn it, why do you do that now? I just said that my headphones are not on right now. No! Thank you. Here, I'll pretend I was scared. Ah! That scared me! Oh, hi. Hi. Why are they so active? Why? What's going on? You guys are not usually active. Chicken them hips. Which I think is hilarious. I still think it's funny that they chose Megan Fox for the voice acting for her. They knew. They 100% knew what they were doing. Oh no. already at half battery? I'm flashing too much. Sorry. Oh, my head is itchy. No, head is too itchy. Oh! What? Go away! Oh! Frick! Oh, keyboard's being blocked. Oh! Is that deadly? I don't quite remember. Oh! 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 This is not the way to do this, but hey, it's working right now. I say, as I'm probably gonna get smacked in the face in a second. Oh! Ah! Yay! Oh my god. How the heck did I beat this game? Past me. Okay, reboot game. MK reboot? What's the MK reboot? I don't really know who Megan Fox is other than well, for them gooners, but that's all I really know. World Combat. Ah, okay. Alright, we're just gonna accept death here. Ah! Smack something. Okay, well, while this is happening, I'm gonna go get coffee. You guys have fun with whoever kills.
Hello? See, I told you you wouldn't have any problems. Did, Foxy ever appear in the hallway? Probably not. I was just curious. Like I said, he was always my favorite. They tried to remake Foxy, you know? They thought the first one was too scary, so they redesigned him to be more kid-friendly and put him in Kids Cove to keep the toddlers entertained, you know? But kids these days just can't keep their hands to themselves. The staff literally had to put Foxy back together at the end of every shift. Eventually they just stopped trying and left him as some kind of take apart, put back together attraction. Now he's just a mess.
Okay, what happened? Who got us? Was it the puppet? I'm curious. Who killed us? Sorry, this didn't blink. Hey, what am I running over? Oh, I'm running over a blanket. Nah. There you go. We'll take a shower. Talking about you, me stinky. My coffee gotcha. Oh my god. Imagine a 5 nights at coffees. I mean, I want to play more Five Nights at Freddy's fan games. I haven't got a chance to. We played 2 of them, right? I don't remember what it's called, but the one with the ignited Freddy and all that stuff. And then I do remember we played. God, I remember that ignited one. There was one section I hated with a passion. And then the other one was the glitched attraction, which I really liked. The glitch attraction, I thought that was fun. I want to play the VR ones. I need to play Help Wanted, the first one, which we're getting soon in the order that we're playing games. After Sister Location, we have 6, and then we're caught up from Security Breach, so it'll just be Help Wanted, I believe. So that'll be fun. And no. No, I like to keep the illusion that we are a family-friendly channel. I'm kidding. But I've heard of it. I have heard of it. No. But yeah, more combat. It's an RPG. I remember seeing like a screenshot of it or something. I think I still need to be careful. Or am I mistaking it for a different one? Oh, there's 2 of them. Something about you could yiff the fox or something. Is that one it, or is it the other one that is way like actual like pixelated RPG and stuff like that? I don't quite recall. It's just it's a sexy furry robot. Yeah, no, when I saw that who the voice actor was for Chica, I was like, oh, I 100% know what they're doing. Yeah. Nope. Nope. Also, I was trying to remember a scene that I didn't like in the yes, no. Trying to remember what a scene that I didn't like in the original, or in the movie. Oh, I was talking about the marionette. I actually really liked what they did with the marionette. Who didn't like what they did with the marionette? The way that they did the possession, the kills, and all that stuff. Who didn't care for it very much? Although I'm finally waking up, thank goodness. It's taking me forever. I thought it actually made the marionette very creepy. And actually a little bit like, ooh, you're a little spooky. As someone who doesn't usually watch horror movies, that was like, it was pretty fun. The other person I was with, it gave her nightmares. It did. I felt so bad because I didn't know it's gonna be like all crawling and everything. James was like, I had nightmares. I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But I actually thought that was pretty cool in the way that they made her pretty creepy in that sense. Just because I was wondering, like, how are they gonna, is Marionette just gonna be like the one that just moves everybody else and just be weird and just like slimy kind of idea, like Nightmare Marion kind of idea? Like, what's going to happen? But I thought that was actually pretty neat with that. Back to the first FNAF movie. Tears during the dream sequence. Yeah! Yeah, it did. 'Cause I was wondering, like, how they're gonna explain it, right? But then there you go. And then I thought it was pretty neat with the, you see the whole transition. Also, hello, welcome. But the whole transition scene for where gives her the music box, right? So she just has, like, the black tears coming down, and when she gives her the music box, it switches to the puppet's makeup instead on her face. And I was like, okay. There's Scott in his usual little tiny dangling. Here you go. You want the carrot? Oh, come get it. A little bit. Just hiding this massive tangles behind him. I don't know. To me, I'm glad that Scott is actually writing it, because of course it's what he envisions. He's the one who made all this stuff, and I know what people say, they're like, oh, it's the fan base and the theorizing and everything that get the game going and stuff, but I'm like, somebody had to lay down the groundworks to begin with to have the just enough of a detail to make people theorize and stuff. So and maybe not the perfect person to write a story, but it feels like it's a FNAF. It does. And I feel like it wouldn't have been if he didn't have his hands on it, or somebody else who doesn't know the... I mean, honestly, I don't think there's a better person than him to work on this stuff, because it's his ideas, it's his works. He's the only one who really knows what's going on, if he even knows. So that's just kind of where I am for me, where people are like, oh, well, not a good person to write the story or anything. And I'm like, but how do you think all the main basis of everything else got written? Even if he wasn't the full one that made the connections to the whole story and stuff, it's just, he is the one that laid the red thread to begin with. So that's just kind of my thoughts with it. I keep seeing a lot of people talk about that. I'm like, you really want somebody else to get their hands on it? We've seen what happens when other people who are not the creators for the stuff get their hands on the things. We've seen what happens. Voice Toy Bonnie. Yeah, I'm at Pat. Zootopia before Disney. I honestly was shocked about that when I heard about that it topped Zootopia. I was very, very shocked about that. I mean, I was and I wasn't. Not saying Zootopia is bad. I do remember Zootopia, the first movie. I never saw the second one. You guys know where my priorities was for seeing a movie. I didn't think it was terrible or anything. I thought the first movie was actually pretty decent. But I was honestly kind of shocked that they're underestimating a furry fandom community. No! Oh god. But Zootopia is also animals. If anything, it's worse than Five Nights at Freddy's. Because it's actual animals and fluffiness. I know, it was actually very shocking. I was honestly, I think of course with the first movie, I thought that the first movie was going to perform. I think it is performing better than the second movie so far. I don't really know. But because of course the first movie, it being the first one, everyone was all excited for it, and the whole novelty of it, it's like, oh my god, it's actually in the big screen, like what's going on? Of course, I figured the first one was going to perform a lot better than the second one, because I think for the second one, you're going to get more of the people. Well, I think for the first one, you're going to get a lot more newcomers that don't know the Five Nights at Freddy's thing, and when they say it, like, oh, hey, it's a horror movie, you know, yeah, I heard this going on, like, I'm going to go check it out, right? And of course, after seeing it, they probably like, meh. Because, I mean, the movie wasn't really made for that. So, I honestly did not expect the second movie to perform any better than the first one, which I don't think it's performing better. But it's still performing, I think, enough to where they're probably going to greenlight the third movie. I will be shocked if they don't. I will be really, really, really shocked if they do not. But I think, it's earned globally 106 mil, I think. I know it's over 100 mil for sure. So I will be really, really shocked if it does it. There's humans in FNAF. Because Toy Chica's in the second one. That's what happened. I thought that was funny. But yeah, no, what was everybody's thoughts for the marionette and how that whole worked and everything, where like the spoilers, the evilness kind of the marionette, and the way the possessions worked and all that. It'll be a worse cliffhanger. My name is Earl. I don't know what that is. My name is Earl. I mean, I think for the assumption was, I'll talk about the ending later. But for now, I'm curious what people have to say for the marionette. Because I've seen a lot of mixed reviews for people's reaction with the marionette. It's like the same mixedness I've seen for Michael, too, in the movie. Watch it, the show is funny? Okay. But then I'm gonna be on a cliffhanger! No! Wait a second! I don't want to fall into a cliffhanger knowing it's never gonna finish. That'll be worse. It'll be terrible. It'll be absolutely horrendous. Shows that 2000 had to offer. Alright, okay, maybe. Okay, maybe we'll do like a watch along on stream, because we know I want you guys to experience what it's like for Fatum to try to watch a movie or anything, a show, movie, anything that isn't something I'm already into. I would like you guys to have that experience. Like, I remember watching Fallout, which I'm excited for the second season, but I remember watching Fallout, and I actually did really good. Watching Arcane, I did really, really good. Watching The Last of Us, I did really, really good. But for some reason, when it has things to do with stuff like I don't really know about or not really into beforehand watching the thing, my attention span is... I got called out by my mother the other day. In my short span that I was awake, I went to see her, and I was helping her put up some lighting in the front of their house. And so she was talking about something, and I was looking at her, and something else caught my eye, and I just looked at the other direction, and then I focused back on her, and then I was looking in the other direction, and she was like, oh my god, squirrel. I was like, I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me. Because I've been doing it to her for a couple of times now, where I keep having those moments where I'm like, oh yeah, I'm listening, and then something else catches my eye for a second, I'm like, what is that? I apparently been having a lot of squirrel moments. I got called out on it. So that's exactly how I am when I'm watching a movie or a show. You can't get me to sit still and do it because I will literally start fidgeting so bad, focusing on other things, getting distracted, grabbing a dog, and just start rubbing the dog. It's really, really hard. Unless the show is like comedic, then like really comedic and catches my attention in the first 5 seconds, then I will probably pay attention. Like that was the thing for me with Deadpool. When I remember seeing the first Deadpool, I didn't know anything about Deadpool. I'm not a comic reader, anything superhero, nothing. So that was the first time I saw Deadpool. God, I loved it. But it caught my attention in the first couple of seconds. And therefore I was able to watch the movie. I was like, oh, okay, I'm fine. I love this now. And of course with the next ones I was completely fine with. But yeah, just strap you in a seat then. That's the thing! The day beforehand, we went to go eat, I don't even remember what we went to go eat. But we were sitting outside and, it was like a Subway idea, but it wasn't a Subway. But it, like, you get the sandwiches and put the stuff on it and stuff like that. And I was with my mother again. And we were, like, standing in line. And I went to go grab something else. So she asked me what I wanted. So I told her. And so I was going to go grab something else. And as I was telling her what is in the sandwich, I was looking everywhere else. I could not focus. My eyes were just elsewhere looking around, but I was responding, but I was just looking around elsewhere, and she was just staring at me like, oh my god. It's like, I'm sorry, I'll be back, I'm sorry. Like so bad. And then later I was helping out with their garage because they had some stuff. We went to go pick up some things, and when we went to the garage, then we needed to clean it. But I was getting so antsy because I had something else that I needed to do, and I knew it in my head, and I was so antsy about it the entire time. I was just like kept getting distracted because I kept thinking about it over and over and over. To the point she was just like, go do what you need to do, and then come back after you're done. And I was like, okay. It's like so all over the place. So yes, me in a show, just imagine that behavior trying to watch something. If we watch a show, if we do a watch along, you guys will get a taste of what my poor mother has to experience. And the thing is, it's like with my father, I wouldn't say I'm better, but I'm just used to it with him. Like we will just start talking about whatever, and we both are, I primarily, I notice myself, I don't know if he does the same, but I'll just like start looking at something else, but I'm still talking to him, I can still keep the conversation going, but just yoink. And I have a hard time not doing that with my grandmother, because of course, whatever she's talking to me about, I'm listening. And the thing is I'm still listening, I'm just looking at something else. But the thing is, I'm still hearing the conversation. I'm still hearing what's going on. It's very rare that something else will completely catch my attention. Like, I did have it one time. I forgot, my mother and I, we were sitting in the car. And there was this person that was walking by. And they kept eyeballing the car that we were in. So, immediately my reaction is to keep an eye on them. So that's what I was doing. And so, whatever my mom was telling me, it just completely zoned it out. Because I lost them and I couldn't figure out where they went. So I was like, oh shoot. So that kind of stuff will completely twist my attention span. If it's something like that, then I will lose the conversation and start focusing on something else like that. But other than that, I'm pretty fine. I will be listening at the same time. I just will not be looking in your direction when talking to me. But no, I'm usually good about it. I think it's when I have other stuff going on in my head that I start to not focus on it, but it's just a lot. It's almost like you imagine you have like a radio signal or something, right? It's all nice and smooth, but then it starts to get all jumbled up and tangled up because it's all trying to get all the other stations into the same one, but you're trying to focus on this one, but there's a bunch of them all trying to hijack that one line, so it starts all getting scrambled, but you could still hear it, but it's all garbled. That's exactly how my brain feels like it works. I can hear it, and then all of a sudden something else is catching my attention, but I can still hear what's going on. I was all over the place in my Ruptor 10. Quiz afterwards to test your attention span. What do you mean? A quiz? Oh, for like the shows and everything? Oh my god, I will tell you, you will lose me. If it's not something that will catch my attention in the first 5 minutes, then you will lose me. Immediately. But no, that's usually, for me, that's what'll happen. And of course, recently I've been having a lot of things on my mind, so what's been happening? And Dad started talking to me, he's like, wink. But yeah, no, so that's, I try not to do it with other people. I feel bad for my mother, but I feel more comfortable with my mother. She knows that I'm still hearing her, so it's fine for me with her. And with my dad, I don't know why. It's just normal. It's just, my father is a different kind of person. And by that I mean we're very similar. Except, I'd say the thing I got from my mom the most is probably the stress and the amount of times we stress about something. Even if it feels like so minuscule and you don't understand like why are you stressing over that. I get that from my mother a lot. That even it's the most tiniest of things, we will overthink it, we will think about it consistently until it is done and over with. And even then, depending on what it is, we'll keep thinking about it. What is it called? Basically, be very obsessed over a little thing over and over and over till it is completely done. Oh my god, there is a term for it. I can't recall what it is, but that's something that we usually will do most of the time. That's what I get from her. Everything else I get from my father. The weird things that we will suddenly start focusing on, that's from him. So when you put us both together in the same room, I don't know how we will start talking about something, then he will notice something and start talking about it, and I will notice something, and I will we'll jump on the bandwagon together, and we just start making this whole convoluted story go on, and then we'll jump right back to the conversation we were having beforehand. Yep. OCD, basically. Not that I've ever been diagnosed by it, but that kind of concept where just keep obsessing over the same thing over and over and over and over till it's done, over with, and even then potentially what it could be. So yeah, I get that from my mother, and continuously. And I know I get it from her because I'll notice it when she's talking to me and I'm like, this reaction she has. But see, there's the difference. She will talk about it, I won't talk about it. And that's my issue. Is I don't talk about my problems, and that's probably a bad thing. In a way, like, I feel like I wish I had her to where like I could talk about it, and then I like naturally, and even if it sounds like, oh, it's just complaining stuff, but at least I get it out there and maybe get some good advice from somebody, or not, just at least get it out there instead of having it inside and boil up over and over and over and over and over. So, but yeah, when I hear talking, I'm like, oh my god, this is where I get it from. But yeah, no, like, oh my god, I could tell you one thing with my father. We could be, this is always the thing, and this is something that my mother will always talk about. Like, she's like, I don't know how I leave you guys for like 5 minutes, and all of a sudden I come back and you guys are laughing about something. She's not wrong. God, she's not wrong. Randomly, like, she will just be gone, and here we are just talking to each other with my dad, and then we'll see something, and then suddenly either he starts making like voices for the people that are talking, or whatever we see. You can even be birds, and they're like pretending that they're fighting or whatever they're talking about, and I'll just start to like hop on that, and we start laughing about something and whatever conversation's going on. Or randomly we'll just recall something from before, like it could be years ago, and we just recall it suddenly and we start laughing about it. or something funny will happen in front of us that most people won't notice, but here we are just looking around and we notice it and we start focusing on it, and then we're like, hey, you see that? What do you think is gonna happen? I don't know, it's gonna happen. And then here comes back my mother, and she's like, I left you guys for 5 minutes. What happened? That's us. And we usually, so with my grandmother, it's usually what I do most of the Thursdays. So I'm always with her. I'll be out with whatever she's doing. And so sometimes my father will be able to join us. The same thing happens with my poor grandmother. My father and I were alone for 5 minutes, and she comes back and she's like, "What's happening?" And I'm like, "I'm sorry." Just couldn't help it. Especially when we see pigeons. For some reason, when we see like a herd of pigeons together, we just watch them, and they're like the funniest things to us. Because they are funny. If you ever pay attention to what, like, a bunch of pigeons together, they start to do stupid random stuff, and it's like, what are you doing? Like, we saw one pigeon, and we thought it was injured for a minute, and so we're like, oh, it might be injured, because it was just hopping. But then suddenly it just started walking around like normal. So it was like, you were just hopping because you wanted to just hop? What? And then at the same time, there was like another pigeon. I was just staring it down, watching it hop. And then the minute it started just walking normally, the other pigeon would look away. And then it started hopping again, and then it started staring at it. It was like, wait, what's happening? And then all of them would just fly off. So there's that one just flying off. And then suddenly it just come back again. And you're just like looking around, and it start hopping again. It's just like this. I think this pigeon thinks it's a rabbit. I don't know what's happening. I don't know. It was just silly, random nonsense that we just were just staring at, like, what's happening. And my father is good at making funny voices of just conversations randomly happening. And of course, there he went to town talking about it. And then finally, whoever we're with comes over to us. It's like, why are you guys laughing? We're like, nothing. Nothing's happening. Because we know other people will be very confused if we try to explain it. Mind you, this is also the father that got me into gaming, so you can thank him for probably me being here streaming now. Sound like my cousin with the PB&J problem. But yeah, no, that's yep. So imagine all of that while watching a show or a movie. That's how we eventually got into this random train. God, I do it with my friends so bad. We be anywhere, doing anything, and they'll just start talking, and then I don't know what it exactly is. If, like, I just don't know what they're talking about, and my brain just, like, turns off the conversation and starts focusing on elsewhere. God, I do it so bad. I literally have to have a one-on-one conversation with somebody, or if I'm just listening to what's going on, and if it intrigues me enough, I will pay attention. If it doesn't intrigue me, my God, I will start going to other places. I do it terribly so. And especially when we're in a bar. Oh my God, when we're in a bar, it's terrible. Because there's so much other stuff happening, right? So, unless I'm, like, with someone else, one-on-one, or even if it's, like, within our group and it's one-on-one, then I'm fine. I won't get distracted. But the minute it's not, there goes my eyeballs looking at everything else. It's a thing I have. I have a PB? Peanut butter addiction? Is that what you mean by PB? Like just peanut butter itself? Or specifically with other stuff? Peanut butter. Huh. Both. Okay. Interesting. For me, I have to, if I know it's always like a joke that people make, right? That they don't have a coffee in the morning, they're all grumpy and everything. But for me, when I don't actually have coffee in the morning or anytime, like anytime I wake up, even if it's not in the morning, it throws me off so bad. And I don't know why. It just, I guess it's the idea of like I have a routine, and the minute that routine is just off the rails, it throws me off so terribly. I lose track of my time. It feels either earlier or later than it actually is. It throws me off so bad. PB reserves. Oh my god. I don't know if I have a coffee addiction, but it really does. It throws me off very, very much so, and I don't know why. I don't know why it does. And there's been a few times, like, I wake up late, so I have to rush to leave or something, so I don't get that coffee, and throughout the rest of the day, I will be so thrown off with my time and everything, and I'm like, what's going on? It's not that I'm tired. It's not that I'm like, oh, just really tired, don't want to move or anything like that. I just get so thrown off and everything, and I don't know what's happening. I get confused. I wouldn't say I get grumpy. I just get confused a lot. But with peanut butter. And then, this is gonna sound sad to people, but like at the end of the day, I have these like, have you ever heard of Uncrustable? So it's like that. And the reason why I do it like this is because it's like an idea of portion size to me. Because if I have to like manually scoop it out or something, it's something I will never do. So I get it this way to where it's the Uncrustables, and they have the peanut butter and honey, and then they have the Nutella ones, which is, if you don't know what Nutella is, it's like a chocolate hazelnut spread thing. So to me, this is like how I close off my day, is that I will get one of them or two of them, depending on how I feel, but at least one of them at night when I'm going to go to bed, and I know I'm going to go to bed afterwards. I get one of them, and I will just enjoy them. Just at the end of the day, just by myself, just watching YouTube. Now I know I'm closing off the day, so everything else is turned off, and just have YouTube on, just watching it and enjoy it. To me, to me, what it is, it's like I got through the day. Yay, I did it. Hooray. That is what it is to me. And I remember when I'm describing it to somebody else, I forgot what happened. I think I went to go grab it, and they're like, what are you doing? I was like, this is my gift to myself. This is like, you made it through the day. Yay. You know, like kids get candy after a doctor's visit? This is me. This is my treat for like, you made it through the day. Oh my god. And I remember when Dylan did, they're like, that is so sad. And I thought about it. I was like, when you say it out loud, it does, but let me be. I made it. So that's what, and it's nice and frozen too. And the thing is, I have sensitive teeth, so it's really hard for me to bite into something cold because it hurts. So I will let it melt like just enough to where it's not super cold. But what I do is that, so in the middle it has the chunk of it, right? But so it still has like an outer layer of bread that's just bread. So while it's frozen, I'll literally tear off the extra bread that's around it while it's still frozen enough to kind of consist of it, and make sure I eat it before it starts like melting and starts popping off to the sides, because now that I've undone what keeps the filling in, I need to eat it pretty soon. So and I have a specific way of eating them too, and then I will start eating like around the sides if it's the Nutella one. If it's a peanut butter one, I kind of just have to eat it, because if not, then that honey is gonna go all over the place. But it's you did it, you made it through the day, hooray. And so, if you don't know what an advent calendar is, it's a thing that happens for Christmas. It's actually become a very big thing a couple of years ago. And since then I've been seeing it a lot more, and I was like, oh. So when I was itty bitty, tiny little Fatum, my great grandfather had actually made me an advent calendar. Like, he worked on wood and all that stuff. He was a genius. God, he was so smart. So, but when I was little, he had made me this advent calendar, and so I've had it ever since. And of course, when I grew up with my parents and everything, they would always, when the minute December 1st starts, they put something random in it, and it would change to whatever it was. And then As I got older, of course, the things would hard change. So I do it to myself now. Still, I have like make sure I have like the stuff and everything is always like something to look forward to. Like yay! And I still do it because when it's like a tradition thing to have, and it's just, and for me now in December, it's like you made it through the day. That's not just a treat. It's like, oh my god, I made it. It's not, I don't know if it's a good thing to have, but you know what? It makes me happy when I see it. So that's all that matters to me. When I literally give myself gifts of you made it through the day. Or it's the next day, hooray. So that's what it is. I know like advent calendars, like they sometimes have like very specific themes that they have and themes and stuff like that. No, these advent calendars are just whatever the heck I want to give myself during December. It's just little things. Like the other day, I had got it an herbal tea that was peppermint bark, delicious. But in real life, basically is what it is. Basically. Test my brain. That is interesting. I guess, I mean, that's the human brain. Can develop weird addictions to random stuff. I mean, hey, at least it's peanut butter, right? At least it's not something absolutely terrible for your body. Favorite cake is coffee cake. I don't think I've ever actually had coffee cake. I don't really care for cake, so the only times I've really ever had cake is because somebody else has cake and they offer me a slice, or if it's like a birthday and therefore there's a slice in front of my face and I will try it. It's very rare that I actually finish it. Most of the time there's like a birthday party or anything like that, it's with family, so then I usually see my father next to me. So I will grab my cake, I will try bites of it, and then I'll hand it to him. And then there it goes, it disappears. I'm like, yay! Nobody will be like, you didn't eat your cake. But yeah, no, that's, does anybody else have that? Does anybody else have, like, little presents they give themselves throughout the day or anything like that? This is quite surreal, though. Surreal thought. I don't care for cake. I don't know, I'm very, unless it's, like, a homemade cake. So my mother is a big time baker, and she was a big time for cakes. She used to go all out, apparently when it was my birthday or my uncle's birthday, and make like insane looking cool cakes and everything. So I learned how to make a cake from her. And those are like the only cakes that, like, no matter what flavor it is, it's delicious because she always makes it very, very moist, and when it's not dry. And we learned a trick is that, well, especially when it's already like the pre-mixed ones, if never put eggs with it. It will fall apart. So if you're not going for a design, then you're fine. But if you're going for a design, you kind of need the egg. But you don't go for the eggs because then it'll actually turn out moist, which was insane. And it was really, really, it crumbled so fast, but it was super, super moist, and it was delicious. Those are the only time that I will actually eat the whole cake because it's delicious. Other than that, I really won't eat a cake. I just don't care for it. And we like rice. Even coffee cake? I never had a coffee cake from what I can remember. I don't remember a coffee cake, but my big thing, if it's not moist, then I don't. I said it. I was like, I wonder if certain somebody's about to make the joke. Yep, there it is. But if it's just not, I don't like a dry cake. I don't. And most of the times I've always find there's a cake called tres leches, and tres leches. Bleh, I can't say it right now. It's basically a milk cake. and it's like a mixture of condensed milk and evaporated milk and all that stuff. But it's like the base of it's kind of like a milky taste, a little bit of vanilla, but like more of a milky taste. But then it's wet because they actually have the milk, the condensed milk, and they'll kind of layer it in the middle of it and sometimes just pour it over. It's just literally they drown the cake in this milk. That's probably the exception to a cake, and it's very rare to actually see it done well. And when it's done well, it is so good and delicious and flavorful and moist. It's so good. But that's probably like the only cake that I would probably most of the time eat, even if it's not homemade, because it's good. Like, there was somebody's birthday. Actually, it was like an early birthday celebration for my mother, not last weekend, I think. And they had got a just such this cake, and delicious. It was actually really good. There was like a certain part of it though, I think like the frosting part, I was just over sweet. Like, I don't really eat sweets. It's very rare. Like, the sweetest thing I'll have for the day is like that Nutella sandwich thing that I have, or the Uncrustable thing. That's probably the only sweet thing that I have for the whole day. So it was too sweet, so I just ate, and the frosting was delicious. It was like a whipped cream coconut frosting. It was good, but it was too sweet for me. My father was sitting next to me. I was like, here you go. I said, anytime I have my father next to me, I'm like, ooh, I know what to do. So, I'm just very picky on cake. I'm not really much to. I mean, like, anytime anyone says, like, oh, what do you want for your, like, what cake for your birthday or anything like that, I will tell them whatever, because I just don't, I'm not a cake person. Even if it's ice cream, too. For some reason, I won't go for the ice cream most of the time if it's like a party or something. But if we're actually at an ice cream parlor and getting something, then I will have an ice cream. But if it's not then, and it's just like a party or a get-together or something, and they have ice cream, most of the time I won't touch it. Not because I dislike ice cream. I do like ice cream. But to me, it's just like me. I don't know. It's strange. It is very strange. But anyways. I wanna do Five Nights at Freddy's Night 3 still without headphones. Maybe. Only reason I'm not putting my headphones on is because, like I said, I have a weird headache, and the pressure from having the headphones on kind of hurts it a bit, so that's why I don't have my headphones on. So, just a heads up. Oh wait, I just realized with the donation thing, the health bar should have went down. Yeah, you almost killed me, whoever put that one in. Look at it. It's just, I forgot about that. Yeah, we're just messing around with Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Like I said, if you want to see me actually playing Five Nights at Freddy's 2, I've done this game beforehand in the past. We're just revisiting it because the movie came out. So that's the only thing what we're doing here. Honestly, I'm not even trying to play through it all. I've been literally sitting on the screen for probably 30 minutes. But if you really want to see me play it, I've played it in the past. You can find it on my channel. It's Five Nights at Freddy's 2. It's there. Did all of it already. Watch me beat my head against 1020 mode, which I wanted to do here, but my save and everything got ruined, which sucks. Maybe it was for the best. I mean, chocolate cake or cheesecake or coffee cake. Apparently there is a thing as a coffee cake. I don't know what it is though. Chocolate cake, like you said, I'm very picky. If it's like if it's cake made by me or by my mother, then I probably will eat it. Because it's probably going to be moist. That's a big thing. If it's not moist, then I probably just won't eat it. If it's just dry, it's eh. Cheesecake. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Want to know a huge reveal about cheesecake I didn't know? Until, what, I think when we were playing Forest? Was it forest? Where was something? We were playing something, and that's when I was like, oh my god. We looked it up. Cheesecake isn't actually a cake, and it's not a pie. It's a tart because of the way it's made, but it's not a cake. But I like cheesecake, I do. But it's, I don't know, every dessert besides it actually, even if it's a chocolate bar even, I'm weird. Where if it's not actively given it to me in my hand, then and there, and somebody's not staring at me, waiting for me to eat it, I probably, especially even if it's a chocolate bar, I probably will hold it, I will stash it, and I probably won't pick it up unless something, okay, here's why I usually have like just random chocolate sitting in my kitchen, is because I will have these random dizzy spells, and it's probably because my sugar dropped, so I need to eat something, because I don't eat, like I said, I don't eat sugar, anything really sweet, anything that has sugar in it, I'm not really much to do it, and I don't really eat throughout the day, so I probably have dropped something, and so I would get really, really dizzy and need something, and so that's where I'll see it and be like, oh, consume. So that's most of the time, like the only times I would really eat chocolate or any like sweets. If it's in front of me and someone's staring at me, waiting for me to eat it, or like I have a dizzy spell and I need to eat something, or I'm going to probably collapse. I had those a couple times. I remember one time I was really, really, really bad about it. I was exercising and I hadn't eaten anything since, and I don't remember what happened, but I pushed myself too hard. And as I got off of it, thankfully somebody was there with me, but as I got off of whatever machine I was using at the time, this was years ago, I was exercising. As I got off of it and I was walking down, literally I just slumped against the wall and then I just started falling down. And thankfully the person that was there saw me and just caught me, and I looked pale. I was just pale and I was gonna pass out. So that was the quickest. Thank goodness I had chocolate in the area, and they grabbed chocolate and were just like, eat it. But it was because of that. I had pushed myself too hard. I hadn't had anything to eat, nothing, and me being me was like, it's just a little bit more. I'll push through it. I'll be fine. I was not fine. So hey, don't be me. If you ever get a little bit of dizzy spell, hold on and eat something, because you probably need it. And if it continues to persist, then probably get yourself checked. But yeah, so I have a weird wire thing. Oh, it's my mouse. My new mouse I still haven't connected. But you know, I'm weird when it comes to sweets. Like even with chocolate, as much as I love chocolate and everything, unless it's like not something I really want at that moment. Especially if I haven't had anything to eat, then I probably will eat it. If I have, then I probably won't eat it. I don't know what it is. It's like an empty stomach thing. If I see chocolate in front of me, if I see any treat in front of me, I will probably consume it. If not, then I won't. Anyways. This is why I have Fatum Day also in the title, because it's gonna be a whole random nonsense of a stream. Hello, welcome. Some more of the Wizards in the movie. I agree. I do agree. I like Wizard Bonnie a lot. I think he was always one of my the coolest in FNAF Freddy's series, just the way he was done and all that. To me, I've always liked it. So I was kind of disappointed that they didn't show him much. So I'm wondering, as I'm curious what exactly they cut. Still the scariest to me. Chica, really? This Chica is kind of creepy. It has like the rows of the teeth and everything, and it's creepy. But I'm wondering, I want to know how much they cut out of the movie, and if we will be able to get to see those scenes. Like if they release like a digital or like a DVD version of it, if they'll have like the deleted scenes or stuff, and we can see that. Because I'm curious of what it is they cut out and how much of it they cut out, and if it was because of the time or if it just didn't fit well in the series. Or if it's something that they're like, oh, we could do in the third movie if it comes out. Because it is kind of strange how much, I mean, don't get me wrong. There's what, 10 animatronics in Five Nights at Freddy's 2? Not to mention the originals too and all that stuff, right? So, it's a lot. And just like Five Nights 2 is just a heck of a mess. So, I can definitely see where that was like, how do we throw all these in? There's a lot of them. And of course the main focus being the puppet, right? The marionette, because of course it is. How could it not be? She's staring into my soul. But you know, I do agree. I do wish that the Withers were more in it. I'm still trying to think what my least favorite scene in the movie was. Oh yeah, I was asking everybody beforehand, what was everyone's thoughts on Marionette in the movie? Did you guys like Marionette? Did you not like Charlie? Did you like Charlie? Did you like how she was done? Did you not? What did you think about the whole things? Tell me about it. Tell your streamer. I'm listening right now. Tell your streamer what you thought. I'm gonna see if I can do this without paying attention. Probably won't, but we can see. I actually need to go use the bathroom. I also don't have my headphones on right now. So, you guys hear something and I die because of it, that's why. All your friends are watching. Be pure horror. I mean, I guess the thing is like kind of what exactly is it that makes these things scary? I don't know. As somebody who doesn't watch horror movies, and like I said, as I have an issue where I can't watch gore. I lose my appetite for it. Everything. I can handle real life. I think what I learned was that it's the over-exaggerated gore that's used. Oh! You know what? Actually, I want you to kill me. I'm curious. Kill me. I want to die. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. I want to see your jump scares. Kill me. Kill me. What? Why am I not dead? Oh, I need to go bathroom. But I'm just kind of curious, like how they would make this scary, right? Where if they went maybe with an R-rated, but then I feel like if they go with an R-rated, it would just be a bunch of gore and everything. I don't know. I'm curious, like, how you would actually really make this scary. Kill me! Please! I like you a lot. You're really cool. Yee. Yee. Yee! Yay! We still haven't gotten a stupid minigame! Why no minigame? Why? It's not even a single one! Evil. Evil, evil. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. I didn't go use the bathroom. Well, I'll leave it. Yeah, no, actually. Here. And you guys can listen to that. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry. There is a fly in my bathroom. I'm like, how the heck is there a fly in here? It's cold. How is there still a fly? Well, apparently there is a fly, so I was trying to kill it. I failed. Anyways. But you know, how is this still a mini game? I want one of the mini games. Isn't the mini games from the deaths, right? I thought so. Was I wrong? Was it not the deaths that brought the mini games back? But yeah, no. So I really don't know how you would make the Five Nights at Freddy's scary, if I'm honestly gonna be honest. Besides the jump scares, because I mean that's what I mean. Besides, honestly, to me, what made it scary was the idea of the murders that happened and everything, right? So I think, I mean, maybe we'll see more in the third movie, more of the psychological horror of it, because I feel like that would be the scary part. But like with the animatronics and everything, it's sad, and when you really think about what happens, and I think that's scary as a concept of what they are. But I think like the real horrors of what make FNAF have a potential scare of it is the psychological of it all, more with William Afton and kind of the things that happened beforehand, before the animatronics were possessed and everything, and how that all occurred. I think that probably would be more of the scare thing. So maybe if a third one comes out, maybe that's how they would make it scary. Because I don't know. I to honestly think like how it could be done scary. Like pull out the ratings of everything and all that. How would that work? I honestly think I can't see these guys being really scary. I think that with the marionette they made it scary. I think for sure the marionette was terrifying with how she was done and everything. Which I was honestly shocked that a lot of people were surprised by it. But I mean, because in this game we're playing as Jeremy, right? We're not Mike. Anyway, I mean, depending on which way you go with that, Mike's commit is the same as Michael Afton or not. We're still playing as somebody else here. And so the marionette is still trying to kill us, and the whole thing that they have different like facial recognitions and all that stuff. So that's been the thing to me, is like, I mean, Marionette's not technically a good character, just a tragic, right? A tragedy that occurred. So I was honestly kind of shocked when I was hearing what a lot of people were having to say about the Marionette, like, oh, that's not how it is. But it's like, I mean, as like a child, right? And you go through that events and kind of anger and frustration and pain, having to go through it all. I don't think he's gonna think about the morally good. I don't know. I thought it was interesting, but I liked how the marionette was handled in there. What I feel like that was missing a lot of, I'm still trying to think of a scene that I didn't like a lot, but I think what was missing a lot of was, of course, the withered animatronics. I felt like they were they were really missing from it. And once again, I'm curious if that's because they just ran out of time. If it's just like a lot of animatronics, they're like, how? Well, what exactly that was about. There's like a lot of cutscenes that maybe just didn't fit well into it, so they decided to just leave them out, or what exactly was going on. So I do feel like the Wizards lost a lot of time that they... I wish they had more. I feel like they're like the scariest of the group besides the puppet and marionette. I mean, that's the same. The puppet and Mangled. But I thought, I mean, Mangled too didn't have much of a scene, sort of. That's kind of cool though. I'm thinking about one of the scenes. Spoilers! I'm thinking about the scene where off screen the guy got torn apart and just like drops of his body. I thought that was really well done. I liked how they handled the killings in the movie a lot more. I think they handled it pretty good in the first one, where they used a lot more of the shadow to show how people were killed without showing like the gore. Like I mentioned, I just can't, for some reason, when it comes to makeup, horror, movie gore, I just can't handle it. It loses my appetite, and I get weird about it. I don't know what it is. I could see it in real life and be completely fine with it, but when it's like, I think it's just an over exaggeration of it, I get weird about it. I don't know what it is. I don't know why, but I just do. I think I can start to imagine the smell of it too, like not real smell. Real smell is different. But like the smell that makeup has, but like a horror makeup has. Because there's what makeup smells like is very different than what I've noticed. Like if you're wearing like the masks like that they have, or just like the stuff that they use to make like fake guts and stuff like that, for some reason has a unique smell to it that just makes it's like a chemical smell to it. Is the thing. I don't know what it is. But that's part of the stuff, like I see it and I start to remember what that smells like, and nope. Nope. Like, I remember when we were little kids, and I was with, maybe this is not, well, we weren't that little, but we would be with my grandmother, and it would be my two other cousins that were closer in my age, and we would be with my grandmother, and she like would always take us to the stores anytime we were with her, like all different stores, and that was our thing. But when like Halloween would come around, there would be a Halloween store that would be out, so they would have all the cool props and everything, and there was nothing that I was scared of then when I was little. I think it was because I was like always with my cousins and stuff, or with my grandma, so I like, and she would never scare us. She would never like put on something to scare us or anything like that. But we like every time like I would see the masks, and I just remember the smell of it, and it would just be stuck. I would remember the smell of it. It was cool, like seeing like the props and everything they had, like the moving ones, like the, I guess, animatronics kind of idea that they would be moving and all that. I always thought those were cool. They never scare me, like even the ones that would jump out and stuff. And I don't know what it is. I don't know why those didn't scare me. But it was just like I could see, like they would have like the brain, or like the bloody, and then like the intestines and all that, and like I just remember just backing away from the stuff and just having somebody next to me away from it, and I could just remember the smell. Like the biggest thing in my head is the smell of it. And it, like the mask too, like you know how you have the wolf mask or the cyclops or like a zombie mask or something. Those were probably the worst to me. And like I remember one time, like my cousin had grabbed it and she wanted to put it on me, and I didn't want it at all. I did not want it. Of course, she never forced it onto me or anything. We were good with each other. I don't know why. We were all really good, and I did not like the smell of it because it was just the big smell of it. I couldn't. So I would like help her put it on, or put it on my other cousin, but like to get it onto myself, I hated it. I remember doing it one time, and just the smell was so pungent, I just had to hurry up and take it off. I did not like it I think it's the smell. Most of it, I think it's the smell. And anytime I see it in movies, I remember the smell of it. And there was even one show. It was cool. It was a really cool show. And it was like, they would show you how the makeup's done for the horror movies. And it was like a little bit comedic and stuff, but it was a really cool show. And they would show you everything. But I hated it because I could smell it. I could smell it when I saw it, and it was just so pungent in the area, and I hated the smell. And I think that's what mostly it is I just remember the smell of it, and it just, well, I don't like it. I really wonder if that's what it is. Because I've smelled... I've smelled, like, unopened wounds and like further in and kind of that kind of stuff, and like infected, and like I've smelled that kinds of things, and they're gross. It's very, very gross smell, but it doesn't make me lose my appetite, doesn't make me like turned off from it, I guess, where horror makeup does, and I don't know why. It's just it's a really weird thing that I have, specifically that. I think that was one of the things why Vita Carnis kind of got me a little, was the skin of like the mimics and stuff, like they were very like fleshy looking. I'll be honest, like that would kind of got me a bit, to where I would start imagining the corners, and I thought I was like, oh, it's because I'm scared of it. But no, every time I would imagine it, I would get the smell in my nose, and I'm like, oh, like even now I'm thinking about it, I'm like, oh, the smell, gross. But yeah, no, I can't. And see, my cousin, she does really good makeup stuff, like really, really, really cool costume makeup. She makes her own costumes. She really, really neat. But like she would do like this, like the fake like wounds and stuff like that, and I could start to smell them, and I'm like, no, I can't hug you anymore. Like I can't, go away. I can't. She's really cool though. She's very, very well done. She's very talented with that stuff. Very talented with it, but no. I was like, I'm like, stick to the anime ones. Those are better. Like, and those are not so bad. Post my cause for entirely different reasons. It is. I said she does really, really cool, but when I just smell her, I'm like, stay back, please. Stay back. But yeah, no, it's strange. So honestly, that's why I liked in Five Nights at Freddy's, so once again, spoilers for the movie, that in one of the scenes where Mangold kills somebody, and you can see in the shadow of it, it's like the Mangold tore up this guy and then just started dropping like the body pieces onto the floor, because you can hear the doom 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 like repeated, so it's more than just one, and you can kind of see a shadow of it. So I didn't mind it. I was like, you know what, that's really cool, because I mean, you get to see. I think that was one of the things that got me the most with the animatronics, is the idea that they're not people, they're robots. And you hear these freak accidents that happen with people into factories and stuff like that, right? And it's just like, it's not the idea that the machine wants to hurt you, it's just what it's built for. It doesn't care what's going through it or anything like that. It's just doing its work, it's doing its job, and then the amount of power that's behind it. But in the idea that with Five Nights at Freddy's, things want to hurt you. So what is that combo like with this? And I think that was like always been like the things that made the animatronics like not scary to me, but deadly, I guess. More than you have like I don't know. I mean, this is gonna get a lot of horror fans, but like with Michael Myers and like the things that are like people more than anything else are just like, I mean, like, I get it, they're all a bit supernatural, right? But I mean, it's like, it's a person. And like, don't get me wrong, it could definitely overpower me within like 5 seconds, but still, it's just like, okay, it was just this person though. It's, yeah, I don't know, it's never been like something where like I see like a machine just, if it wants to crush your head, it's gonna crush your head in 5 seconds if it wanted to. And I think that's what I liked at Five Nights at Freddy's too, is they showed a lot more of the I guess what makes these things deadly is the idea, the power behind these machines, that they can just crush you with one hand, and that's just it. There's no stopping it. There's no way you can wiggle your way around. There's no way you can stab it back and be like, ah, you're not gonna get me. It's just like, okay. And I think that's the thing for when the movie, I was actually glad to kind of see, was just how deadly these things can be. I mean, they showed it in the first one a bit too, where in the first one where the lady got chopped in half, right? Just like in seconds. I thought that was really cool, but I feel like in this one they showed a lot more than, not that it just chop you in half, but if it wants to squish your head, it can squish your head, pop it like a pimple. Or if it wants to tear you apart and from limb, it can do it. And of course, the marionette was different, right? The way that one was done was interesting. I liked it. I did. I really, really did. I liked the way the marionette was done. I know a lot of people have different opinions for that one, but I thought it was different. Because, I mean, like, you can do the same formula over and over and over with animatronics, which they were showing, but it's like the marionette itself is kind of different, right? It's a puppet more than anything. Of course, I think it has mechanical bits in it. I really don't recall it. Or if it's just purely strings. But I thought that was the kind of cool part, was the different way that the direction they went for that one. I mean, we did kind of see its force of the machine part of it, if it is a part of machine, right? Spoilers for when it captures Vanessa and it's holding her. I mean, her feet are bound, but the way that it can like holds her around her body and stuff, so we kind of see like the force that it keeps her still. So I thought that was cool. But I don't know, I liked it. I thought it was fun. I thought it was ultimately a fun movie. I'm trying to think of something I didn't like. I mean, and the other thing too, I wish Vanessa's still a mystery character, right? We still don't know enough about her. I thought we were gonna get a lot more information about her. So I was like, ooh, okay, maybe that would be cool to see. I mean, we kind of did. We got a little bit of the flashback and the whole thing and all that stuff, right? But it's still a lot of, and I mean, that's Five Nights at Freddy's, isn't it? Even with Michael Afton in the movies, I mean, the games, we still don't know who the guy is truly. We sort of do, but not that much. So I mean, it's, to me, like, a lot of the stuff that feels like it's missing and stuff like that, I'm like, I still have to recall it, reel it back in, and be like, wait a second, this is Five Nights at Freddy's. You never get a straight answer. Never. It's very rare you do. Or if you do get an answer, it's like years from now. Be like, oh, that's what that was. So I thought that was one of the things I was like, okay. And then same thing with Michael Afton. And spoilers, the big spoilers in the title. You see the title? Spoilers? Okay, good. Well, Michael Afton into the movie was, of course, the same thing for him. I kind of feel like if you don't know the franchise and you see him, it's just kind of like a, huh? What the heck? Like, what's this guy doing? Why is he doing this? And you get like a little bit of answers at the end, and then poof, that's just it. You don't really get much else about him. He's just kind of scattered all over the place, doesn't get many answers, and he's just randomly put in. And once again, it feels rushed. It does. I feel like the movie felt rushed, like, after the first section of it? Yes, I think 100% it did feel very rushed. But I'm curious if it's because of the runtime they had, or if it's because things just didn't fit well, or if it's because they're holding off for a third movie, and that's where they want more of the explanations, and this was just more of the making people question, like, huh? Wait, what's going on? What's happening? kind of idea. So that's where I'm kind of curious why that was the case. To me, I think it probably was a lot of things had to be cut. It just didn't fit well, or it revealed things that weren't quite ready to be revealed yet, and just didn't fit with later ideas that were put into the movie. So I think that probably might have been it. At least that's how it felt. But it did very much feel like if you don't know the franchise at all and you see Michael Afton, it just feels like your typical horror cliche, like, oh, this was the guy behind the scenes all the time kind of idea. So, and I mean, obviously it kind of is, but I feel like at the end of the day, every movie kind of has its cliches that they follow at the end of the day. But yeah, no, and I mean, there was that kind of the plot twist that it does feel like they might have flipped roles between Vanessa and Michael Afton, with Elizabeth and Afton, or Michael, in the games and stuff like that. So curious how much of that's going to be true and how much of it isn't, and that kind of stuff. But I do have to say, I think my least favorite part, now going through it all, probably would have to be the way that Michael was handled in this movie. Was very much like, why? Like, it just felt like an added thing that just felt very much a why if you don't know the thing, if you don't know the franchise. Which, honestly, to me, I know one of the things that people were saying was that this is not a show welcoming for newcomers and such. But I also feel like, sure, there's a level of balance that I think Fallout has done really, really well as a series, where it has callbacks to especially with New Vegas, Fallout New Vegas, for people who have played New Vegas, you're like, oh, hey, I know this, and then people who are newcomers, like, don't know it, but it still is a good welcoming to it, right? I think it has a really good balance between the two of them. Now, to say, I like the Fallout series a lot. To say, if it really made me, like, in a couple of those moments, be like, ooh, no, not really. There wasn't any moment that I was like, oh, that's what that is. There was a few of them. Like, seeing the goals and everything just made me really excited. I was super happy about it. The trailer for the series, the second season coming out, I'm super excited from seeing the Death Claw. Like, that's gonna be, like, to me. Maybe it's just because I not really know New Vegas well. We played it on stream, and that's really the only time. I'm more of a Fallout 4 player than I knew New Vegas, so. But it would very much feel like a blend, where Five Nights at Freddy's feels more like this is directly paying attention to the fans. Maybe the first one might have been a little bit like trying to get newcomers in, but the second one, for sure, feels like this is 100% made to entertain the fans kind of idea. And like, one of the things I was saying too, which I thought was interesting, was people kept saying like, oh, this is just like slop made for the fans, and the fans deserve better and everything. And for me, it just felt like it's not a perfect movie, right? It's not a perfect movie, but at the same time, I don't think I was expecting a perfect movie. I don't think it was, and for me, the whole writing of it, I'm curious. It does have me intrigued. I'm curious what's going to happen. I said with the ending part of it. Now I'm going to talk about the ending. Did it feel kind of a little silly that the toys were getting destroyed by the originals, not the withered, but the originals back in the first one? It felt like a silly scene to me. I kind of felt a little like, okay, this is a bit silly to me. But then it was sad. It turned sad from hearing the kid, and I was honestly surprised by seeing the Golden Freddy kid show up and talk kind of the way he did. I kind of thought that he would be more upset or angry or anything. I didn't think he would be like, oh, like, we gotta move on, I'm sorry, and like all the way things that he said. I was kind of shocked by his behavior. I was like, oh, this is not what I was expecting. I thought that was interesting. So the way that they came in, it felt a little silly, but like I said, I felt a little sad about what happened later. I didn't think it was gonna happen that early, but there it was. And then the whole thing with how Michael ran out of there and everything, that was a bit, oh, okay. A little silly with how his character got knocked out and then he ran away, kind of like that. Like, that was predictable, right? That was predictable. That wasn't very much like I wasn't expecting that. Although I do have to admit, I kind of wasn't expecting the originals to come in and rip apart the others. That was silly, but it's kind of, I didn't expect it. I will say, I didn't expect it. It was silly. I didn't expect it though. But I do have to say though, I think for the very, very end for it, with the whole thing with Mike telling Vanessa stay away kind of idea. I was shocked. I honestly did not expect him to do that. Is it understandable? As a Vanessa fan, alright, as someone who likes Vanessa, I was like, you bastard! But at the same time, it was like, yeah, I mean, I can kind of see it. I can see why that reaction. And of course, I think it's definitely a reaction to what I wanted, to what I'm kind of excited to see if she's gonna change, right? Is she gonna be like, alright, you know what? Screw everybody! I want to see that whole psychological breakdown. I want to see... I think that's why I liked Vanessa and Vanny from the games, even though it was very, very briefly done of what was understandable in the games. But from more of the side content and from Help Wanted and all that stuff, seeing the more the psychological change and all that, I think that was a really cool concept I wanted to see more explored, which unfortunately the game kind of dropped. So that's where I'm kind of hoping in the movie maybe we'll see kind of more of that, like, oh, okay, it's gonna be terrifying. So yeah, I feel like that would be, now seeing from the ending how it's kind of gone from the spoilers from the puppet going and possessing Vanessa. I wonder if that's going to be like a whole Vanny situation now, to where she's going to be that killer in a sense. Are they going to work together or anything like that? So I don't know. It might be interesting, might not be. Might be curious to see what's going to go on with that. So I think that would be fun. And I know that whole scene too, or just like that position, and then ying, it cuts. Honestly though, I saw a post about it, which I thought was like, oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. It felt like sister location at the ending scene for it, where you get the basic ending where it cuts from Michael Afton just like going in front of the mirror, and then suddenly his eyes open and they're the animatronic in it. I was like, oh yeah, I didn't think about that. It's literally, it just kind of felt like a one-to-one kind of scene similar to that. So I was like, okay, maybe that's what was trying to be recreated here, and that's why it cut so abrupt after that scene. So that would make more sense. But I don't know. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. I don't really know if that was the idea behind it or not. But when I saw somebody do that, I was like, oh, I see. I see. So, overall with the movie, I think it was definitely better than the first one. For sure, for sure. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Was it fun to watch though? Definitely. It was definitely very fun to watch. I did enjoy watching it very, very much. But could there be improvements? I think so. But I think that definitely should be the mindset for every movie and all that, is nothing's going to absolutely be perfect and should always be an improvement over and over and over. And I think that's the stress that goes into some of these movies, that when people actually really care about it, they always want to see an improvement done more and more so over and over. So would I hope maybe the third one might have a little bit more of a cohesive writing to it? Yeah, I think so. I think I really felt like a lot of the sections in the second movie felt rushed and felt a little all over the place. And would I like to see the third one be a little bit more contained? Yeah, I think so. But we'll see. We'll see what ends up going on for that. We'll see what ends up happening for it. So, we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Oh shoot, I clicked out of the game. Ah! Nice. But oh, who's here? Who's here? Can you hurry up and open? Oh, that's who's here! I need to wind up that music box. Thank you. Kind of like so many clicks to do down the flashlight. I don't remember what it is. Ooh! Oh frick, I might be dead. You know what? Kill me. Kill me. I forgot, like, you need to be really, really fast on that. So that's why every time you go to put it down, you need to put on the mask. I forgot about that. I'm not dead. How am I not dead? I never actually, like, look through the mask in here. I don't think I ever paid attention. Well, Puppet's gonna kill me. Well, that's fine. Oh, friggin' A! I forgot about Foxy. Hey, you know what? A Foxy kill. It's appropriate. That was good. I forgot about Foxy. That was good. That was a good suppress. Man, he was active this night. I don't remember him being so active in this one. I guess that's... that was good. That was funny. That was very funny. That's a good one, Foxy. That was a good one. You got me. Even I didn't have headphones on. You still got me. That was good. I give you props. That was good. Actually, no, I was realizing that. I'm missing something. I'll grab it later. I don't know where I put my phone. I was going to check because somebody had messaged me earlier and I was going to check it. I don't see it. Well, it's somewhere. I don't know where it went. It's elsewhere. Somewhere around. I don't know where, but it's elsewhere. But yeah, anyways, that was great. Stupid Foxy. That was funny. I think that was a pretty. That was the funny thing too. I remember seeing into the movie was just the scene with the mask work and all that, which was cool to see how that was finally worked and looked into the how to imagine it into the game. I guess I thought that was pretty cool to see. But then the whole thing with Foxy, it's like, you don't fool me. Which Phone Guy talks about it here, right? I think. Which is kind of something I missed in the movies, was the whole, the phone call things. Which, I mean, they kind of did a little bit in the first one with, William talking the first time, kind of describing the place to Mike, right? You know, kind of doing that phone call sequence. Which, I mean, I kind of, maybe we'll see more of. I was kind of hoping we would see that in the second movie, but we didn't. I was like, oh, okay. Like you said, maybe it'd just be hard to figure out how to do that, but maybe it would make more sense in the third one, depending how that's gonna go. Which would be cool to see. I'm curious how they're gonna do. If this third movie gets greenlight, I'm curious to see how they're gonna do the whole Springtrap thing. Because, I mean, if it's still PG-13, how are they gonna handle him in the suit, right? Unless they don't show him in it. But, I mean, that's kind of the whole thing with him, is that he has, like, the rotten piece, right? I don't have my phone to look it up. But he has, like, the rotten pieces that kind of show through, so I'm kind of curious to see how they're gonna do that. If they are. Because, I mean, we got the brief tease of it, right? In the post-credit scenes for the second movie. Which, I mean, you can't truly see the whole thing, so you can't see where some of the pieces are missing and everything, but that would be interesting to see what goes on with that. But yeah, Be alive and stuck without damage. Maybe. I mean, because they actually showed the spring lock thing going off in the first movie, right? So it showed it like piercing into the skin, but I mean, it's kind of hard to tell, right? Because the way that they did it all. But I don't know. It might be interesting. Because obviously it does feel like they cannot disappoint with Springtrap, considering how much that is the animatronic, that is the character everybody wants to see, and they've done really. At least to me, I didn't realize that people had complaints about Five Nights at Freddy's the first head for Freddy, in the first movie. I didn't realize that people had a little bit of issues with it, but I honestly have seen throughout all the animatronics that they've done really, really good. I mean, once again, the whole thing with Baby in the second movie showing, I was just jaw dropped, shocked seeing it. I was so happy seeing it, but jaw drop for sure. So I'm curious how they're gonna handle Springtrap, because like I said, I feel like they cannot, it's not an option to disappoint in that one. So I'm curious to see how they're gonna do it, and if it can still get away with a PG-13 rating. I mean, if Nick A can get away with 13 if Nick A can, then well, I guess we'll see. I thought PG-13, you can only get away with one curse word, wasn't it? Because I swear in the second movie, there was a couple of them, which I was actually kind of shocked about. Or am I wrong on how the ratings work? I don't know. It's been forever since I actually even cared about what the ratings were or anything. It was kind of funny. I remember when I was talking with my father about this, we were talking about the ratings for it, and so I was like, oh, that's like because they didn't want to keep they don't want the R rating because of the younger fan base and everything. So my father was like, and the parents don't care nowadays. It's like, probably not wrong. It was funny because I forgot when I was looking up something. I was making sure for the post-credit scene for the movie. So I went to go check it, and one of the things I saw was like, is Five Nights at Freddy's appropriate for kids? And the thing immediately showing, no. Just look around the theaters. Yep. Father wasn't wrong. But you know, I'm curious how they're gonna do him. I mean, I was curious how they were gonna do the puppet, and I honestly thought they did the puppet very well. I liked it. It was fun. So I'm curious how they would do the third one. Because I mean, what? It's the whole haunted horror house that they're doing too and everything, right? So that should be interesting. I'm curious at how much they're actually gonna stick to the game for Five Nights at Freddy's 3. It went for the kids. I don't even think that's what it was. Also, I just realized chat's kind of jacked up with where that was. Whoops, sorry. There we go. I didn't think it was like, oh, they're making plushies and it's popular and everything, and I don't know. Then again, my first video game when growing up was was a Gears of War game, so I don't know. For me too, it's not even the whole thing, like what it's surrounded by and everything. To me, I think it still matters of like the understanding that I don't know. It's more the understanding about it, and kind of like how the mannerisms are from growing up and seeing the things, right? So I don't know. I think that's where I kind of more am with everything. Sorry, I just got distracted because I have the massive bruise on my shin. Ow! I went to go just to squeeze my leg, and then just pain radiated down my entire shin. I'm like, what the heck happened? Oh, there's a massive bruise. That's why. Forgot I had that. I don't even know why I have it. It's there though. It's huge. Don't know what I did. Something probably. But yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I can't even say. It's like I don't know. I really don't know. Like, I'm trying to think, like, because at first I said, right, my game that I played was Gears of War and everything, and I mean, if you've never seen Gears of War gameplay before, you literally shoot somebody and it's like guts everywhere. Why didn't that gross me out? I don't know. It's like, for some reason, specifically in horror games, like gore and everything, that doesn't bother me. I think it's just the smell. It has to be the smell that I'm just remembering from seeing it in live action movies and stuff. But anyways, yeah, I don't remember. Like, I think to me, like, I never made it a big deal of seeing the gore and like the guts and everything in Gears of War. I remember, like, we're shooting the heads and like all that, like they would just explode, right? And I don't remember ever making, like, that was never the thing to me. It was just a fun game to play. I don't know what it is. No, I think with the Five Nights at Freddy's, and I think you do with people around that too. I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think, like, with the parents. Like, why my parents allow me to play Gears of War? This is my father. It was my dad. It was my dad. I can tell you 100% that was my father. And I remember my number one rule was that I could not talk about it at school. I could not talk about it at school. That was the number one rule, is I could not mention it at school. And I did good. I didn't mention it at school. I talked about Pokemon. That was it. It's because I would play it on my little DS. That even wasn't the right game for it. It was an older game, Pokemon Fire Red, that I would play. Just, it worked on it, so that's what I would play. But you know, like, I think about with Five Nights at Freddy's. I think it's the whole idea. Like, it's actually, I think it's strangely funny to me that kids like it when it's literally the whole context of it is kids being murdered. And I think it's like, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a hot minute. It's just, it's a funny paradox, isn't it? Kids like it, and literally it's about kids being killed. So I mentioned that it was a movie party that I got to see this movie in. And so they had like a party host kind of idea. So they had two of them. And the lady there, she was all like getting all hyped and everything about it, and she mentioning like, all right, who's here fans from the first game and everything. So there's like a couple of us that raised our hand, and she's like, me too. She's like, I'm so happy to see my people here, because of course the movie theater was also filled with a bunch of kids and everything. So it's like, yep. And kids that grow up in a violent video games, honestly. I think maybe it's just like not having the exposure to it, maybe, and not being taught it from a young age to how to act with it. Because like I said, for me, like with me, mine was Gears of War, and my big thing with my parents was like, I do not talk about it at school. I don't mention it. I do not talk about it at school, and so I never did. I was also the kind of kid that you tell me to never do, like, I'd hold the door for everybody. That was the big thing my father always taught me about, was respect. Always, that was the biggest, number one thing that was drilled into my head. And my school also was super huge on respect and holding the door for others and everything. Well, I carried it to the next extreme, and I would literally stand there holding the door for everybody. My dad would be like, "No, we're gonna be here forever." So I was that kind of kid, okay? I listened to my parents. You tell me one thing and I'd be like, all right, that's my mission. I will be doing this, and I do it the entire time. So, and then the game at the time too, Gears of War 3, we would play the story, and spoilers for Gears of War 3, I actually cried. I don't think I was that little at the time. I don't actually remember. But when we played the story for Gears of War 3, I cried so much. So it's a split screen game, right? So if you're the first player, if you're like the host basically, you would play as Marcus. If you're the second player, you play as a character named Dom. So as we played through the games, it would be split top and bottom screen. So I always liked playing at the bottom screen. So I would always be the second player. And so I'd always play as Dom. In the third game, he gets killed. And I cried so bad when he died. And it's such an emotional scene too, in the way that he dies too, the way he sacrifices himself, even though it's like, why didn't he just roll out of the truck? But it's just like, okay, well, of course there's a lot of probably factors and reasons and everything, right? But I was so devastated when he died. I cried more than I don't even think I cried when we discovered his wife. But to me, I just cried so hard about it. And like, my mother remembers it. My mother remembers me crying to Dom, because I think that scene happened and I literally crawled to my father and I just cried on his lap. And my dad was trying to console me, and my mom just comes in like, what happened? My dad had to explain. I'm sure he probably got in trouble by my mom, but I cried so hard about that. And I think for me, ever since then, like, when it comes to those different scenes, and I guess it was just the way that I had just grown up and stuff. Like, to me, it wasn't just like silly ha 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 things or anything like, look, blown up guts, I exploded you, or like, I never had those reactions to things. I was just sad. Like, I went through the whole story. I remember going through the story, and even after that scene with Dom, like, I was so sad as playing as Anya. I didn't care about Anya. I was like, Dom isn't here. I'm supposed to be playing as Dom. I'm not supposed to be playing as Anya. And even like with the whole, and then I remember too, like the whole ending scene with Queen Mira and him using the blade, and it's still talking about with Dom and all that. Like, that still stuck with me. It still sticks with me even today. And I think it's just that the impact that was given, and probably too the way that my parents kind of taught me, and the way my own mindset was. It wasn't like I don't know, like I said, like, I wasn't big on the gore. I wasn't big on the exploding. To me, it was the story and everything that was going through that and everything. And even now, like, when I see Dom just randomly showing up, like, I see it Gears of War E-Day, seeing Dom in it, it's like, it pulls at my heartstrings. Even today, it pulls at my heartstrings. I'm just like, oh, I'm sad. So, I don't know, it's I think with the content that you're surrounded with, it does have an impact on your kind of person, but I believe it's also the way that your mind handles it, and those around you at the time also experiencing this also has an impact. It's not just so much the content itself. So, I don't know, that's as somebody, like I said, as grew up with Gears of War, and I've seen the way that I've turned out, and I'm like, okay, interesting. But I don't have have kids, alright? I never plan to have kids. I don't want any. So those of you who are raising kids and all that stuff, and you're like, I don't want my kids seeing that stuff, go ahead. That's yours to deal with. That's not mine. But yeah, but anyways. I thought, no, in the movie theaters, I will say though, I did have this one kid behind me that wasn't, I don't know kids nowadays. I swear they look like, it's probably it's people's reactions to me probably. They're like, what is this 11 13-year-old doing drinking a beer? I'm like, god dang it. It's not. No, damn it. But I don't know, this kid I thought behind me was, I thought maybe later teenager or something, but oh my god, he was so loud behind me in the movie theater. He finally shut up, but like towards the end he was getting so loud about stuff, and I was like, what the heck? It's like, who you're talking to is literally right next to you. The whole theater doesn't need to hear you. I've noticed that behavior a lot, is that people that are still loud as they grow older, and even when they were younger, like, why are they so loud in the way they speak? I'm the person that if you're talking to normally, like, I'm very different when I'm streaming. Obviously I fluctuate with the way that I sound and everything, and I try to talk louder and more excited and stuff, and that's just to get your guys' attention. All right, it's like it's like I'm doing a me and I have to like dangle keys or something. I'm like, dangle, dangle, dangle. All right, jingle, jangle. Listen to me, everybody. You hearing me? But I mean, it's just like a entertainment kind of ideas, the way to change things and stuff. And I'm sure you can hear when I'm not really so focused on that and talking either about something very serious and stuff, that I tend to kind of get a little bit more quieter and more monotone in the way that I talk. But usually that's just how I talk. I even get issues to where I talk too quiet to when somebody's talking to me, and I'm like, oh shoot, I gotta raise my volume up a little bit, either because they can't hear me or something. There's a lot of noise or anything like that. So it does change. But then like there's just some people that just talk so loud, and I think like, is there a fight happening? Is somebody angry? But no, it's just the way they talk. I'm like, huh? What is this? And even like I said, I grew up in a household, like, we wouldn't yell across to each other. Like, it was very rare that we'd be on one side of the house and we'd be like, can you grab this real quick, or whatever it is. It's very, very rare. And most of the time, like, we just go over and then talk like, hey, this needs to be done. And like, okay, and walk away. Like I said, I'm an only child, so maybe I just grew up in a very different household, not having to fight a sibling or something for something. But, like, I don't remember ever being loud at all. So, it's interesting. To speak up and stop mumbling? That's what I think. But then I also think that maybe it's just, like, the idea that there's, like, a lot of other noise happening, like, other people talking. So, it's like they want to be heard. So, they think to talk louder, so it grabs the attention more. And then it just kind of stuck that volume. So, that's how they just talk now, and they don't realize that they're talking loud. That's what I've always wondered, if it's also partly that, is that they just grew up in an household or anything like that where they had other people that were talking at the same time, so like they had to speak louder so people could hear them idea. I always wonder, because my god, I get easily annoyed. I get easily annoyed when there's just like just sudden loud talking and they're just continuously loud. I just start staring at him like like I don't need to hear everything that is being heard in my eardrums right now. Watch Jurassic Park being the right as a kid, and I grew up just fine. So I said my mother's not a horror fan at all. She does not like horror movies at all. Probably partly where I got the whole thing that I just don't like horror movies. Although it's funny because, like I said, I was with my mom the other day. We were putting up some stuff in the front, and we were talking about movies, and she was like, "How did you come to not like movies when both of your parents just love movies. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, I don't know how this happened either, alright? Okay. I don't understand either. It just happened. I don't like it. I don't care for movies. But that was the thing. So like with my I would never see horror movies in the house if my mom was there, because my mom just didn't like horror movies. She doesn't like getting scared. She doesn't like those kind of things. So I never really would see horror movies, and unless it was like my dad that was just at home and my mom was doing something else, then they would see like the horror movies pop up. But even then, he wouldn't let he not that he wouldn't let me, but he would always change it if I would go into the room or something. I guess he just didn't want to give me nightmares. And so, but what I would see it was at my grandparents' house when I would be there, and I still remember this one scene, and it was gore. It was gore. I was behind one of their couches tying something. For some reason, when I was little, I was very big into tying things. I don't even remember why I had a very good imagination. I still do. It's probably where I got my imagination from, because I'm an only child. So if I wasn't playing on my DS or something, I was probably having some wild imagination run wild and creating up scenarios and whatever the heck I was doing, either with toys or even honestly just by myself. I would make up scenarios. I didn't need a toy with me. I could do it with just my imagination. So, but there I was in the back behind the couch tying some stuff, and my grandma and my grandfather were watching something on the TV. I didn't know what it was. And I remember like popping my head around the corner to see what was going on. And it was this old Yeti horror movie, and I just remember him grabbing this lady and then just tearing her in half. And immediately after I saw that, I looked back the other way and just started tying things again. I was like, nope, I'm not looking at the screen anymore. And then there was another one that I think it was called 13 Ghosts or something like that. I remember seeing like actual full sections of, and I actually remember we were still at my grandparents' house, but my father was there too. And I remember seeing some sections of it, and I don't remember being scared. I just remember it sticking in my head too. I remember like walking around like the house or anything like that, and like I would just like it randomly. So I have this weird thing, and I hate it. I really, really hate it. If something like leaves an impression in my head, it could just be like one image or like a sequence of things, it will stick in my head forever. Like the minute my brain just goes like stops thinking about anything else, that will be the first thing that pops in my head, and I can vividly imagine it. And most of the time I don't like it, because it's things that I don't want to recall, or I don't really want to be stuck in my head most of the time. So I really, really, really hate it a lot. And then other times it could be just something scary like that. So I remembered when I was little, I remember that the end scene of that movie, and anytime like I would just be walking around the house, it was just quiet, because ever since I was little, I would always be up till like 3 o'clock in the morning or something. So it would just be like quiet, and I'd just be walking around and then stop thinking about something, and immediately like that image would just pop in my head, and I'd be like, nope, I'm turning back around, going to my room. I remember being at my grandparents' house, and that happened, and I ran so fast back to my grandmother. I was just like, nope. And the thing is, I don't remember being scared seeing the movie. It was just like an image of it that just got ingrained in my head, that randomly at times it would just be stuck. Like the same thing with the Yeti thing. I just remember that specific scene just ingrained in my head, and then I'd be like, nope. So anytime like I would have a brief image of it, shoom, there I would go running. So yeah, I remember that. I remember just seeing those scenes, and then nope. nope. But yeah, those are probably the only times I've really seen. Like, I've never seen The Ring. I've never seen Grudge. I've never seen any of those movies. And I'm trying to think, because I remember, like, anytime my grandfather would come home, he'd just turn on the TV in the living room, and to whatever. And that was usually like time, like anytime he would come home and start like changing it to those channels, my grandmother and I, we would go to her bedroom, and we would just lay down and we'd just watch whatever. I remember every time that I would stay over, my poor grandfather was always kicked to the couch. He would always have to stay at he would always be in the living room and just fall asleep there anytime that I would be staying over. But if I had my cousins, we would be in the other room, or sometimes we would still bombard my grandmother and just lay on her. But usually I remember the most of being her and I, and that would be the thing. We would go to the bedroom and we would just sit there, or I'd be laying down with next to her and we'd be watching whatever would pop up. And some shows that would pop up were like in Spanish, so I don't know Spanish very well, and so she would always like tell me what was happening and everything, and so I would just listen to her, just laying on her and just hearing her talking about it and describing it and everything, and then I would start to fall asleep. That was good times. Those are good sleeps. Those are very good sleeps. But yeah, I remember though, like every time I would walk by and the living room, he would always change it to something. It was either like some like ghost stories thing that I always, even when I was little, I'd always find so corny. I would just like laugh at them most of the time, just be like, okay. And those were the ones that I'd lose my attention within 5 seconds. I'd lose it so fast. I'd just blink elsewhere. But no, I remember seeing those, but I remember seeing those movies. And anytime I knew it was a horror movie, because I could hear, like, it was the music. It was always the music that I always, like, could pick up, and I'd be like, that's a horror movie. I need to leave. And that would be the thing, is I remember going, like, to the kitchen and always keeping my head down, because, like I said, I that's when I started. I think it was after that 13 Ghosts that I remember ever since then that I needed to be careful what I saw, because it was going to be stuck in my head for probably weeks. So I didn't want to do that, because like I said, I'd like to walk around when it was silent at night and everything, and if that's the first thing I heard my brain recalled, then that's what was going to be stuck in my head. So anytime I remember going to the kitchen, I'd be like super quiet, because sometimes my grandfather would just be sound asleep, so I would just be walking over and just looking, like keeping my head down and away from the TV, just making sure I didn't see it. I could hear it and I would be fine, but to see it was the main thing. So there I was, I had to get like just chocolate milk or something. Just going to the kitchen and be like, I need to grab this, because he would be asleep, so I wouldn't. Most of the time he would be asleep. If he saw me and I was awake, he would change it. But if I was awake or he was asleep, then that's when I knew, like, I need to keep my head down. But yeah, no, those were some good times. But those are like the only horror movies that I remember really seeing. I do remember seeing Pennywise, the first movie. I do remember seeing it. I hated that. God, I lost my appetite so bad in that movie. Because what is it? Gore. And it wasn't even like I was scared of the clown. It was just gore. It's just the gore. I just couldn't. The only time like really seeing it, because it was a Stephen King movie, and my dad had always read like all the books and everything, so I remembered it, and I was like, oh. And he used to tell me the stories. He would tell me the stories. That was his big thing. He would always, like, anytime that we were alone doing something or whatever, I would always ask him to tell me, like, a story from one of the books that he would read, because he used to be huge on reading books. And he read, like, all the Harry Potter books, and he read all the Star Wars books, and the Stephen King books. So that was one of them, as I remember the Stephen King ones. So when I saw the first movie, I was like, oh, this would be really cool to see. Like, kind of remember the story from it. And then seeing it, I was like, and I lost my appetite. And like, and there it goes. There it's gone. Appetite's gone. I just remember the smell of it, and it's just, oh, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I hate it. But yeah, so... probably a horror movie, since that's maybe what I only really saw. I do remember seeing, actually, now I'm recalling it, I do remember seeing some Final Destination and Purge stuff. Purge, because, so, towards the end of the year, we go out camping. If you ever, that's when I usually say like, hey, I'm not gonna be able to stream for these days, or when I do my karaoke stream. So sometimes it's silly nonsense and stuff like that. It's because I'm out with my family, we're going camping. And so, and by camping, I mean we just rent a cabin and there we go, we have some fun with that. So, usually that's also the time that I'm with my grandparents. So, my parents usually just put on like a bunch of movies for them to watch and things that they would find entertaining and whatever it is. So... that's when I do remember we would see some of the Purge movies, because my grandmother loves horror movies. Same thing with my grandfather. They like horror movies. My grandmother loves zombies. I can't. Like, I love you so much, but I can't. Like, I will lose my appetite. So anytime they have those movies on, there I am, just staring at the table, doing whatever I need to do. Just looking away, like, nope. Playing with the dogs or anything, and just nope. So that was one of the things that it would be the Purge movies. If you don't know what the Purge is, basically it's like you get one full day to commit whatever crime it is. You will not get arrested for whatever. So usually it's like just like an apocalyptic idea for like 24 hours and people killing each other and all sorts of things, right? So that's what I would see, and I'd be like, yeah, no, I don't like that. No. And then there would be the Final Destination, which it's not the idea that it would be scary. It was just the gore. It's just the gore, and I'm like, I can't. So that was like my experiences with horror movies. So I don't know the full tropes of it, other than just people being stupid and doing stupid things. Be like, oh no, the enemy, the killers are right around the corner. I will get out of my car and walk in the direction he is. Like, that's like the only typical horror stuff that I really know, kind of things. So I'm a baby when it comes to horror stuff. I don't know much. I don't know about the tropes too much, but yeah. So overall, did I like the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 movie? I did. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a fun thing to watch. If you're not a fan of Five Nights at Freddy's, or not with somebody when you see the movie that is a fan of Five Nights at Freddy's, you probably won't enjoy the movie as much. It probably might just seem like a silly mess of nonsense and don't know what's going on. But if you do like Five Nights at Freddy's, I'd say it's a fun watch. It's fun to enjoy it. It's fun to watch it. That marionette, just creepy bastard. I have to say, that one was kind of creepy. There's a scene where, in this one, spoilers, there's a scene where in this Toy Chica, the puppet's actually inside of the chest and it starts to crack out, and the jump scare that happens in the game with the puppet coming out is the same thing that happens, and I was just like, bastard. It's like you knew it was coming, just like you have here with the music box. It's like, oh yeah, it's coming, and then it just, there he is. I just say though, jump scare that got me the most was just the stupid cut to Michael. That's it. That's the one that got me the most, and I had to be like, I got laughed at for that jump. I jumped. I physically jumped. It's weird. When I'm not streaming, I think this is probably an entertainment thing, but when I'm not streaming, I don't scream. When I get scared, I don't scream. I will either tighten up or I will jump. But I will not scream, like actually be loud to scream. Where you see me in here, I'm screaming. And probably jumping. And falling off my chair. And throwing off my headphones. That's just because that's a physical reaction. But if I'm actually scared with not doing the stream thing, I won't scream. I think I mentioned back in October, I went to some haunted houses, and the trick is not to scream. Because if you don't scream, they won't target you anymore. Even if you're scared, they want you to scream. So if they can't get you to scream, they won't target you. My God, there was a lady in front of me. So, okay, so we're at this haunted house. I was with somebody. and we were going through them, and I didn't exactly want to go through all of them. There was just a couple of them I wanted to see, but we ended up going through every single one of them. And why? We were just on a roll. We just ended up doing that. And so, as we were going through them, I was just buried myself into this person. And I was like, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. Because it was loud. I think they had like the steel, like, you know, the tap dancers? I think they had that on the bottom of their shoes because they would stomp right in front of you to try to scare you. Those were terrifying. So, but they would try to, of course, they see me buried into this other person. So they're like, oh, she's scared. We gotta get her. So, of course, they try to scare me. I held it in. I never screamed once. I kept quiet. So, that's when I noticed they stopped targeting me. There was this poor lady in front of me. And she screamed every single time. We thought she was gonna pass out. Because they found out she screamed. So what was perfect? Every single one of them just targeted her. So we were like in a line. So if you would see the jump scare coming if it happened in front of you. So from there, we would just see, and you had to keep moving. You could never stop. You had to keep moving. So we were behind this poor lady. So I never really got spooked because I'd see the jump scare happen because they're focusing on the lady. And you just hear, ah, 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 ah. Oh my god, we left there laughing so hard. I was like, completely understandable. I don't know if I would have screamed as well if I wasn't with the person I was with, or if I would have just been tense the entire time, just walking forward and never looking, just staring at the ground. But yeah, it was funny. Then the second thing was that if you just start blurting out every curse word possible at every jump scare was another thing. They wanted you to be talkative. They wanted you to be talking. So there was this guy behind me. He did pretty good throughout the beginning. And then somewhere along the lines, he let it out once and they all targeted him. So we would just be walking forward and like suddenly like jump scares kind of stopped happening in front of us and we're like, huh, what happened? Then behind us, we just hear, frick! God damn it! Ah, hell! It's great. Of course, I'm not saying exactly what he'd said, but you can imagine. It's very colorful. Very, very colorful. It was great. It was very, very funny. But yeah, no, so I've been to haunted houses and everything, and I'm not really one to scream when I get scared and when it's not coming to streaming. I won't scream. And I think it's just a reaction I've learned that if you scream, it's over. It's over. They're coming for you, and that's it. There's no way to do it. Like, one of the things, like, you would be walking around to get to the other houses, and sometimes there would be, like, some people there to try to scare you around. So, I didn't recognize that this guy was an actor thingy, and, I don't have my headphones. Here, I'm putting on my headphones.
Sudden Yeti flashback.
There we go. I can hear it. Damn it! Thank you, Tim. I don't have my headphones on right now. I should put that warning on screen. I don't have my headphones on right now because the pressure is causing me a headache. But thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Tim, for the support. And thank you for the Yeti flashback. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, did it? Wait. Look it! Guys, it worked! Okay, this is what I've been wanting to show you. Look! It changed. Now it's temp you guys are attacking. So that was the thing I wanted to show you. So yeah, the health bar changes. So first it sets it to me. Once you guys kill me, there's a new boss. So that's the whole thing. That's the trick of it. That's what I've been wanting to show. It's supposed to be like a stream boss health. I think we talked about it in one of the End of the Five Nights at Freddy's streams. that I wanted to add like little things for you guys to mess around with. So this was one of them. So it's basically whoever gets, I don't know, whoever does the most damage or whoever gets the highest, or who gets the last kill becomes the stream boss next. I scared myself right now. Oh my god, I scared myself right now. I was looking at chat, and in the corner of my eye, for some reason, it decided to brighten up the Bonnie. And right when it switched to the withered Bonnie, my brain immediately imagined the jump scare one. So I thought it was jump scaring, and I was about to be like, "Excuse me, how is that happening here?" I scared myself. I scared myself more than anything else. That's what. Welcome to the fun stuff about this. But yeah, that's the stream health bar. So there you go. That's how that works. It's not just through super chats as well. I think there should be other ways. I can't recall what exactly it is. That's why I keep saying, like, I don't know. It's something. It just, you won't get a notification like the super chats do because I have that as an alert, right? So there's different other ways to do it. That isn't just that. But anyways. Anyways. Just different ways also. Different things give different amounts of damage, and also just, sometimes you see it, sometimes you won't. Things like that. I just don't quite remember what it was. But yeah. So. Anyways. Very fiery temp compliments do amazing damage. I can't think of. I'm sorry. You put me on the spot. I can't. I'm sorry. I think you're very fun to stream with. You're very funny guy. It's a funny times. I enjoy it. Is that a good one? You put me on the spot. I don't know. It was a friend. Oh, I'm sorry. Are we still on night 3? Yes, I still haven't beaten night 3. I was planning to beat this anyways right now. Like I said, this was just for fun. Just something to do in between talking. Well, honestly, what's the excuse? Also, I think you have very talented skills when it comes to, like, the 3D modeling thing. I do remember that. I think that's pretty impressive. That's really, really cool. Also, apparently I learned about a software that I didn't know existed called, I forgot it's called now. Oh, shoot. It's on my phone. Hold on. Let me go find my phone real quick. It's on my phone. I know it's on there. Let me find it. Oh! I almost fell. Okay, I found it. I found this software. I found a lot of software that I've been messing with and then didn't have a chance to mess with anymore. It's called VTube Studio. I never knew about this existence. I was looking up some different software because I was going through. I forgot what it's going through. Oh, I was looking up like these like little fun interaction, like the stream boss thing you have here and also like that. So I was going through all the different ones, and I found this person talking about like different tools that they use, and I found VTube Studio, and I was like, what the heck is this? So I looked into it, and I was like, oh my god, this is the thing that I see everybody. Oh. Look, once I find something that works, I never touch it again. I'm like, it works. I don't care as long as it works. As long as it works, it's fine. So yeah, I discovered this new one called VTube Studio, and I was like, oh. I never knew. I never knew of its existence. I don't know how long it's existed, but I never knew. I've been doing this for over 4.5 months. Over 4.5 years, and I never knew of its existence. Called Windows. Alright? I never knew. Look. What do I even use? VC Face? It works, alright? Minute I found VC Face, that was it. I'm like, it works, that's it. Look, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Anyways. Hey, do you want to try being 2D? Uh-huh. I don't know. I've never really thought of it. Honestly, I'm fine with whatever. I've honestly been working on some other stuff with the channel. I haven't been able to, I'd say, this past week because of some stuff. But like I said, I was working on making background music for the streams when I'm on the away page, and for like the intro parts when I'm gone for a little bit making coffee or something, or when we're just talking. So I've been working on doing that stuff, which, oh my god. As somebody who doesn't know a single thing about music and doesn't know a single thing about making music on a computer, I've learned so much stuff that has hurt my brain and has made things so difficult. And trying not to make it too difficult, but just enough to get it working. It's been a lot. It's been a lot, so I've been focusing on working with that, and then also messing around with because what usually people do is they have a piano and they test out the tempo or the sound of something they want with the piano, and then they translate it into what they're doing on the thing. I don't know the piano. I don't know how to play a piano. I don't know anything about music. What I do have is I do have a guitar. So I've been playing around with that, messing around, just trying to get like a tempo that I like, and be like, okay, this sounds appropriate. And then I do it, and then I look at it, and I'm like, it could be better. That's my problem. That's my biggest problem. I fight myself because I hear it, and I'm like, that sounds good. And then I give myself like the next day, and I look at it again, and I'm like, I hate it. We're scrapping this. We're doing it over again. So if you ever wonder why something takes forever for me to do, that's why. So yeah, that's what I have mainly been focusing on, has been that. I have been messing around with that. You haven't been able to hear the game music for a while. There we go. But yeah, that's been my main focus when I finally been having a chance to work on that. So hopefully, maybe when we're done with that, I can get VR up and working. But I haven't been able to work on anything for a while. Hopefully, maybe soon. I've just not been in the right mindset to get working on that stuff, so. I've learned my lesson about pushing myself. Push yourself to an extent, but you push it too hard, then all you just develop is what you just feel like is trash and associate with not such good feelings. So it's like, no, let's not do this. But, you know. And like I said, I honestly, I didn't know what I wanted to do for today's stream. Honestly, I almost didn't want to schedule a stream. I think I mentioned, I don't know if this is the right stream to talk about it, and I kind of don't want to talk about it. But I honestly didn't know what to stream today. I wasn't too sure I wanted to stream today either. I didn't trust myself. I didn't trust my mindset. But I wanted to do this. I wanted to talk about the movie. That was honestly one of my biggest excuses. I wanted to talk about the movie. It was just fun. It was a really good distraction for me that I needed. Because I already had tickets for it beforehand, before everything that had happened and everything. And the people that I was with kind of didn't give me an option. They were really good. They stayed with me through the whole day, and so when it came to like the movie time, I wasn't feeling it, but it just kind of dragged me to it, and it was good. I needed it, and I think that's probably why I'm a little bit more biased to the movie, why I probably enjoyed it a lot more. It was a good distraction for me to have. So I probably why like I'm maybe if I were to watch it again, I'd be like, oh, this is terrible. Like, I see why people complain about it, but for me, it is good. It was a really good distraction that I needed, and I enjoyed it. So it kept me entertained. It kept me entertained and didn't let my thoughts wander. So I was glad about that. Weird, strong ambitions, but being able to push yourself very hard. It's very frustrating. So I guess to kind of go through things, I mentioned back in October that I kind of was, before I had left for a little bit out of town, I kind of went through this stage, and I thought I was fine, and then I wasn't. But I wasn't too sure, like, I wasn't feeling it for stream anymore. I didn't experience the joy of it that I had experienced beforehand, and I'm like, I didn't know if it was the games that I was playing at the time, or just what was going on. And it kind of just left like this, I don't know how to describe it. Not an empty feeling, but it made me scared. I guess it made me scared because in a sense, like, this is something I've been doing for years now. And this suddenly, like, have this like stare at it and like, kind of feeling is just, it's worrisome for me. It's like, why am I having that feeling to something that I put so much time and effort into, and then suddenly I feel like this is like, is it all for nothing? Or is it like, obviously kind of going down that spiral and everything. So I had mentioned that I was going to try to focus on doing things that I wanted to do for stream a little bit more instead of and I mean, a lot of it is stuff, but some of it is like a little bit of push to see. Of course, there's a fine balance. And everybody says, just do what you want to do. Just do what you want to do. Just do what you want to do. But when you're trying to actually make the channel alive, for a sense, it's as much as you want to just do what you want to do, like, completely, not exactly gonna work unless you have a really large, already made fan base from it that has that kind of viewership and everything. And even then, it's a little difficult because you do kind of have to sometimes do what some people would like to see done and everything. Kind of like, you know, a little bit of fan service idea. It's a fine balance to keep between the two of them. There's a mix between the two of it. And even when people are like, oh, like, I actually enjoy it. And sometimes they do, right? If I think Valhalla is a very great example of that. It was a game that I wasn't really ever into playing, but somebody had wanted to see me play it. I played it, and my god, do I still love it even to this day. It was just that perfect combination and such. Was it a game that I would ever really play on my own? No, it wasn't. So that was kind of the whole mix between the two of it, where to kind of keep the channel alive, to do some things that viewers want to see and stuff like that, and between also a mix of doing what you want to do. And sometimes it blends perfectly, and sometimes it just doesn't. But I think that's the case with anything. Sometimes things are perfectly aligned, sometimes things are not perfectly aligned. It just depends on what it is. So I think that was kind of what I was kind of trying to figure out my fine line between the two of them, trying to do what I wanted to do. So I did try, and I still am in that feeling of just, is this really what I want to do? Is this really making me happy? Am I really caring about the things that I should care about? Am I not? Like, what's exactly going on for me? And that's kind of been the state of mind that I've had. When channel your goal, it is. It honestly is. It's like I think I've come to a point that I would like to see the channel grow. I do. I would like to see what next thing to do for the channel is kind of been my idea. And I think I was like fine like with everything that was going on and kind of keeping things as they were. But then eventually I think like I want to try different things. I want to try other stuff, but still associated with the channel. Like I want to see new things, do new things and stuff. And that's why I think like when I'm making the new model and such, I try to make it as much that it will work in a VR setting, because I would like to try VR games for a stream. I feel like that would be fun. It's a different thing to do and stuff. Why adding the chat? And like that was something you guys wanted was the chat to be added on screen, so that's what I did. And now I'm like, well, what other fun elements can I add to the stream to make it look fun, right? Then we have the Switch screen for that. And of course the background, the layouts, and the away screen, and having little bits of pieces here that are more effort put into it, right? More effort than just keeping it to this whole basic thing that's seen over and over and over kind of idea. So that's where like I like to do new things. I like to try different things, and for me, that's why I'm working on the music thing, because I want to try it. I could probably pay somebody to go make me one or something like that, but I want to try. I guess in a sense, I want to keep this channel grounded and kind of show people you don't need to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to get a VR model. You can just make one yourself if you really want to. Is it perfect? No. Is it professional level? No. But you could still do it. This could still happen. To make overlays and all that, do you need to spend the money on that? No. You can do it yourself. I think that's kind of been my whole thing. Like, I think I mentioned it when I was doing my AMVs, that's why I started doing AMVs, because I would hear music and then I would see anime and I'd be like, oh, these two songs would be, or scenes would be great to with each other. I wonder if anybody did it. I go on YouTube, didn't see it, and I'm like, oh man. Until I got to the mindset of, I can just do it myself. And I think that was kind of like also part of what I kind of want to keep this channel is, and I think, of course, would there be cool upgrades and everything to see with the channel? Yes, I think 100% that would be really cool. Is it all done by me? Of course not. Look into the background for the schedule, like here, right? Of course, the original concept of it was me. Not completely. I didn't hand draw it or anything. I just grabbed different assets, including it, all the different things. But then here, somebody actually made it for the channel. So I think that's cool. The background stuff for the pictures, this is all things that you guys had made and stuff. Just the concepts of it is different, right? From the Switch overlay, of course, that is from a game, but still making it from the away screen here to adding that. It's making it from other stuff, and just that kind of idea. Just making it still a little homey, I guess, kind of idea. The idea of still in your bedroom, turning on a camera and clicking a stream, instead of it being in like, all right, I'm in my office, that I got soundproof here, soundproof there, we got lighting adjustment here and everything. I think that's kind of what it was. Is I still wanted to keep the in my room streaming. That's what I am. You're back in the day YouTubers. What kind of idea, and kind of keeping it a little something like that. So time on the streams. It really does add more streams. Oh, 100%. I think very much so. And I guess that's where it's kind of been for me. Like, I want to give improvements to the stream. I don't want it just to be the same thing over and over. I want to add more stuff. And as if you guys seen, right, slowly, if you look back from the beginning of the channel to now, I mean, my biggest project that I think I've done for the channel is the new model. I definitely put a lot more time and effort than I did in my first model and everything. Say what you want, if it's better or not. I think, of course, there's a bit of nostalgia and everything for the first model being the first one, right? But this was definitely something I had put a lot more time, effort into, was because I wanted to give an upgrade. I wanted to show that I was putting a lot more work into the channel than just like, oh, okay, cool, hey, numbers going up, neat, all right, what are we doing kind of idea. But rather just show like, hey, I care about this. I care about what I'm doing on here and stuff, and I would like to make it more of improvement and more entertaining to more people and stuff. So that was kind of my main thing of it. And why I say like making the music, because I want to make it. Is it gonna be perfect? Absolutely not. But am I gonna give it my best try and at least something maybe entertaining? Maybe it'll be silly, but it'll be something that you guys can associate the sound of it with the channel and be like, hey, that's fun, kind of idea. So yeah, I think that's what my thing for the channel had become, and that's what I kind of wanted to do and stuff. And so trying to balance between what I want and what I'm doing and everything kind of became hard. Started to focus a lot more on the channel, kind of what I wanted to do, kind of an idea for it and everything. And I will say, it just feels like I can't catch a break in these years. I said with my feelings in October, and I think that's kind of when I really started feeling it. I wasn't too sure how I felt for streaming and stuff. And then afterwards, after coming back, I thought like, oh, everything's gonna get better. And then it didn't. I still don't. I still kind of like, I'm working on this stuff, and I'm trying to figure out, I'm like, am I just doing this because this is what I feel like I should do? Or is it because this is something I'm trying to get myself back into? Or what is it? And I think for a lot of things in this year, I think I mentioned earlier, so I don't remember what it was that I talked about it, but it felt like it feels like a roller coaster that you just going up and up and up, and then suddenly just a whole nosedive. That's what it feels like this year. I think I mentioned the past couple of these years have been very difficult for me, with a lot of loss that I've experienced, and streaming has very much helped that. I think if I wasn't, that would have been really hard, because for me, I made an announcement post about everything that kind of a little bit happened and how I felt with streaming, and I kind of wanted to put that in there because it's true. Streaming really did help me through a lot of those, and it really gave me those moments of just distractions that I needed and focus elsewhere, to not focus on everything else that was kind of happening that I didn't need to dwell on at the moment, and I wasn't quite ready to accept. I'm still not. I don't think you could ever accept loss, but it's hard. But I hadn't really had and I guess that's where when I started having those feelings about streaming and what am I doing, what exactly am I going, and what I hate to do, and it was always the number one thing I told myself, is like, never compare yourself to other people, because you're just gonna feel like crap. What did I do one of the times when I was just feeling down in the dumps? I compared, and I felt like I felt terrible. I really, 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 really did. I just felt like was doing nothing, and just it felt sick. I felt so sick to my stomach, and I hated it. I really, really hated it. I just remember just turning off my computer and just going to do something else because I needed to get away from it for a moment. And kind of with the whole feelings that I've been having with streaming, and I think it's been scary because, like I said, streaming has really helped me through a lot of the hardships that I went through in these past couple of years. And for this year too, it's been such an interesting year. Beginning of the year, it was really, really bad because there was something that I was working on. I was trying super, super hard on and everything that I could, and it failed. It didn't work out the way that I wanted things to go, so that went up in smoke. the next thing that happened afterwards, my parents had this weenie dog that she was just a baby, maybe 2 years, or actually maybe she was 5, I don't remember, but her back gave out. And it was sudden. I remember being there and just, she was in pain, didn't understand what was happening. My mother has had weenie dogs all her life. This was the first time we had experienced it, and we lost her. We lost her earlier this year, and it was really, really hard. She was our 5-minute dog. Every time I see her, she would be just super excited. It was really, really, really hard, and it was unexpected. It was just so unexpected. It happened from the one day to the next, and there was no signs, nothing. Then later in the year, things started going, just moving on. It's getting better, confusing, all over the place. Trying stuff out again, and always the answers I was given was no, no, no. And it was just kind of eating at me. And when for streaming, and then I started feeling like this for stream, and it sucked. It really, really, really did. And I just didn't know what to feel. I really, really didn't. And I was confused all over the place, trying different things, trying to figure out, well, maybe this is what I should do. Maybe this is what I need. And I don't know. It was just that feeling like the amount of nothing, I guess, is kind of what it felt. That feeling of worthlessness, I guess, is what I was kind of going through. And of course, with feeling like all this, it's just like, hey, it's almost the end of 2025. Maybe I can finally get the breathing year that I need, right? Not only the past couple of years that I experienced the most loss in my family that I ever have, but maybe things will finally clear up. So I honestly was excited for the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. I was really excited. My cousins were talking to me about it, and we were so excited about it, so I was excited for later in the year. I was actually enjoying playing the Five Nights at Freddy's games for stream. I was getting all hyped about it, and then Wednesday after stream, it's just that idea that life just kicks you over and over. I noticed my pug, Shima, was just kind of not herself. And I just thought it was okay. And she just got a little stomach ache. Another dog was a little constipated, so I'm like, maybe she's just a little stomach ache. The other one got better, so she'll be okay. And she had thrown up, so I was like, okay, she's just getting it out of her system. It's fine. Thursday came around, and she wasn't throwing up anymore, so I was just like, okay, she's gonna get up again and get better, and everything will be good. And I had plans with my grandmother, so I was gonna go take her out, and so I was with my grandmother. Her tires were off, so we went to go get that inspected and everything, and just taking her around. We went to go eat, and the entire time while I was there, I had asked my mom if she could get off, if she had a chance to leave work for a little bit to go check on her. But as we were eating, I just had those gut feelings. I had that. So I asked my grandmother if we could stop by the house real quick. I needed to check on Shima. So I got to the house. She was just there laying on the floor. And I didn't notice any perk up or anything. I just thought, weird. This isn't like her. And I was like, okay, I'm just gonna clean up around and then check on her again. And as I came back, I could hear this breathing, and I thought it was Papa. I thought, oh, she's just excited and breathing. And years ago, when I was with my parents, we had this Yorkie, and she had a strange breathing to her one time. And that's how I knew what that sound was. Because after a couple of times, the breathing stopped. And she was gone. So, and I heard the breathing from Shima. She's the kind of dog you pick up and she'd wiggle out of your arms. She didn't like to be carried like that. But when I picked her up, she was so just letting me. The rest of the car, I told my grandmother I needed to take her to the vet now. My grandmother called my mom and to tell her not to come by the house, but to go to the vet because we were heading there now. So I got her into my grandmother's arms. We went to the vet. There I was with her. Her paws were cold, her ears were cold, and her gums were cold. She was just so limp in my arms. Growing up, I always wanted a pug. I'd always wanted a pug so much. I thought they were the cutest little monsters, alien-looking things ever. Yoshima was my first pug. He was the best. Scream. Every time getting home, deer screamed. I swore that one day someone was gonna call the cops thinking I kidnapped somebody. Then, sure enough, my mom came in. The vet was there. And he immediately took her to the back and said that she's in critical condition. He doesn't know what it is. So we got blood work. That breathing was just because she was having a hard time breathing because it was taking a lot of work for her. The breathing had just started then. It was new. That was the thing that made me recall that Yorkie, and I knew what it was. I checked everything on her body, and her pancreas was shot. Said that maybe she was diabetic, and we never knew this entire time because how would you know? How would you know on a dog when they can't tell you? But he honestly didn't know. The vet wasn't sure. She went down too fast for it to be. Thought maybe she got into something, but there was nothing that she could get into. She was just laying there. No movement, nothing. They checked her temperature. She was fine, so why was she cold? My mom thought she might have been anemic because she always liked to eat ice. But no. It looked like every sign was pointing to diabetes and going into shock. Didn't know what it was. Why to go down so quickly? Because it was just then. It was just the day before and just that. My mom knows a lot of medical knowledge, so when she saw when the vet came in with the signs for pancreatitis, it's apparently very, very painful, and yet she showed no signs of pain. Mom says that people, usually when they have that, really wish they were dead. And yet she never made any sign that she was in pain. Nothing. So, of course, the vet was closing, and they said that we could leave her overnight, and they'd have her hook up to the monitors and all that, but they're not 24 hours, so they wouldn't be able to stay, or we could take her to the 24-hour emergency. So the vet felt more comfortable with that because she wasn't waking up with the insulin like he was hoping it would. So we scheduled to go there, and so he had it all ready to go, and said that in the morning that we could come back and drop her off again, and they can just check her until she's cleared, and then we could take her home, and she would just have to be on insulin for the rest of her life, but she'd be okay. You'll hold them on their backs. You'll hold the baby. Made sure her head was up. Carried over. My dad ended up meeting us there. My grandmother was still with us, so we all got into the car. I sat in the back seat, holding her. My dad was driving, my mom was up in the front, and my grandmother was next to me. As we drove over, I always called her like a shark. Her baby teeth never fell out, so she had double rows, and it was kind of creepy. Her bottom ones kind of stuck out like upside down vampire, we'd call her. I just still had the image stuck in my head. It's where I say I hate my brain. Just her mouth is slightly open, just staring at me. She tightened up a couple times. I thought she was getting uncomfortable, so I was going to move her. And then she stopped. My grandmother immediately took her from my arms, 'cause I just started breaking down. 'Cause that's why. Why, when everything else was just going to crap? Why? Pulled up to the ER vet. My dad immediately got out, and my grandmother handed her to him. It's when I just saw a look on my father's face. He doesn't cry for anything. And I just saw the tears in his eyes. I have older dogs. Marky's probably my oldest. I was expecting him to be the next one. He's maybe 11, 12. He's an old boy. I just never thought it'd be Shima. We didn't want to take her to the VR event. My mom called the other place, asking if they were still open, that Shima had passed, and if we could take her back to them. They said they'd wait for us. I asked my dad if I could hold her the way back. I was so angry. I still am. They say life is a bitch. It really is. I just still have the image stuck in my head of just holding her. Seeing her mouth slightly open. Grandmother kept pulling down her eyelids. It was the back of the car, so it was hard to see, but I could see her little mouth open. She's so squishy. She was my little chunky old lady. I just didn't think she was that old. Just squishing her little neck. She had her little rolls on her neck. Just kept doing that over and over. You lay on the floor for a second and she'd jump on you like a parrot. I don't know how that dog kept her balance. But I had to turn to my dad so he could go take her in. She had boogers all over her head. He kept telling me, "You boogered her up." She used to sneeze on us all the time. And it'd always be boogers. I just told him it was payback. The thing is, that dog loved to live in the kitchen. I tried to bring her in with me, but she'd always yell and scream at us because she wanted to go to the kitchen. Anytime she heard movement there, because she wanted to sit there and wait for anything that'd fall. Not that she got much, but she was still insistent. So now going to the kitchen, I hate it. Because she's not sitting there in the corner. Every time I get home, I hate it. As I don't hear her screaming at the door. When I go over in the mornings, there's only one pug to give foot rubs to. That's the hard thing with Butt. She has the same color pattern as Shima. Every time I keep seeing keep seeing Butt, I keep seeing her. I think what hurts this one the most, I've experienced loss with my dogs for so long. But something so sudden and unexpected is shocking to me. I think the thing that went over in my head over and over was that I had her. I had her in my arms. We were supposed to pick her up the next morning and take her to the other vet. This is why I didn't want to stream. It's just the idea that I'm just angry, frustrated. So I could just look up to the sky and just ask, what's next? Feel like I'm being kicked at my lowest. That's just what sucks. I look so forward to Friday. I was so excited. Yet I hated waking up. I hated waking up that day. I didn't want to go to the kitchen. I didn't want to go over there. Just so angry because, of course, my brain being the brain it was, had a dream that she was there in my arms, awake. My father was there shocked, saying all the things he would say. And I just remember saying I have to go pick up her insulin. I remember driving back and getting a phone call saying I don't need to go pick it up anymore. I say just I remember just walking around. The person that I was with stayed with me all the Friday. Just felt numb. So I said to me, losing Shima hurt so bad. I had her for so long and it was just so unexpected, but I think what hurt the most is everything else that happened around, and yet this still happened. It's like, why? Is it just some twisted joke? Sorry. I don't mean to just sound negative and just everything right now. Honestly, this past couple of days I've just felt like a zombie. I couldn't figure out. It's like, why does this one hurt so much? I think it's just everything. Everything along with it. It's one of those things you don't realize how much you miss something till you lose it. That too. It's been like that. See, Bubba's my baby pug. And I think she's actually quite literally dumb. For many reasons. If you knew Bubba, you'd probably understand what I mean. And it's been hard because I just had this. I say her color pattern is just like Shima's. If you just look at her from behind, she looks just like her. And I just, every time seeing her, she's just super excited, running around. But when it comes to nighttime, she'd usually sleep over there with Shima, and they'd always be cuddled up. But now, she cries every single time wanting to come over. As a puppy, I trained her to sleep like a person in my arms. Just lays with a little bit of the blanket over her and just on her side, sleeping in my arms. So, it's what I do. I bring her over and she sleeps there. And then I know she needs to go to the bathroom, so I'll try to take her over to go bathroom, but she refuses to because she wants to sleep. But I know if I let her sleep, she's gonna pee on my bed. She's done it before. So when I go to pick her up, to go take her, it's the same position that I had Shima in. And the thing, too, is with Butt Blood, I taught her as a puppy not to wiggle out of people's arms, so she just lays there. And it just brings back the memories over and over. And I try not to cry with her. But it's just such a reminder. I said, I think what hurts the most is it just feels like another stump when I already felt down already. Said I don't know how many times I just remember looking up and just asking why. What's next? Like I said, I'm sorry for sounding so negative and so defeated, and that's why I didn't want to stream on Friday. I couldn't stream on Friday. On Saturday, I wasn't sure. And Sunday, I just slept. Remember, my jaw hurts so much on Friday. My throat hurts so much. But like to touch, not to talk, just to touch. I realized because I was so tense. I was so frustrated and angry that I was so tensed up. I'm sure probably that's why I have a headache. Just the timing for everything. It's always timing. Past couple of years, I lose two family members each time. Past next year, one of the family members' life forever change, and changing things up because it's not the same anymore. Trying to figure out how to help, how to do anything. And this year, just get to a point, you just get tired. You just get tired of it. And that's why I just kind of stopped working on stuff for stream, because I didn't want any of my emotions of anger, honestly, to be stuck with it. Like making the music thing, I didn't want to, every single time that I heard it, to just remember that anger that I was in. And honestly, unfortunately for me, my association now with the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 movie is something I look so forward to at the end of the week. I didn't realize that there was going to be something else around the corner. But yeah, that's why I couldn't stream the other times. It's why probably why I woke up so late today. And if I get angry at some stuff or frustrated, I apologize for that. I was trying to keep it cool throughout the stream. That's why I didn't want to push going through the game. Because I knew myself. I knew I'd get angry pretty quickly, and I didn't want to. So I wanted to just focus on talking about the movie. I honestly wasn't planning to talk about the movie spoilers or anything, but I think it was better than what I originally had planned. It's just the idea I just need to get back on my feet again. I just don't know how. I said I'm tired. Anyways, I think I'm gonna go ahead and leave it here. I don't know what I have planned on next day. I really don't know what to do. I was gonna do sister location again and pick that up, but I really don't know if I can. I don't think I can focus on doing that right now. I'd Pacific Drive. Maybe we might do that, or maybe I'll do something different. I don't know. I've been wanting to play Wuthering Waves. I've been wanting to try it. So maybe we might do that. I'm not too sure. So maybe we'll see. Have that dog pee in your bed? Oh, fine. Maybe I will. But yeah, so I'm not too sure what to do for I still need to schedule the poll. I forgot. For you guys, the membership for what we're gonna play later on this month. So I'll do that probably when I schedule the next stream. So yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do Tuesday. I don't. Maybe Pacific Drive, and then maybe we'll see how I am Wednesday. I'm not too sure. We'll see. But yeah, I don't think anything special this weekend. Just normal. So should be fine. Again, I apologize for the shift in mood for this stream. I didn't mean to go into things, but just kind of snowballed from there. But sorry. But yeah. Anyways, thank you to everybody that was here. I appreciate it, so thank you. Thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate that too, so thank you. And yeah, and thank you to those of you that are part of the membership for Culture Roach. Thank you to the Believe Us tiers for the help support from that. I do really appreciate it, so thank you. And yeah. Anyways. I will see you guys Tuesday, next stream. Bye!